alive at the military blockade? The message is clear. The Nox event is contained. I repeat, the Nox event is contained.
What happened here? What's happening here? It's not contained. I had to find what I needed to survive and fight. But there were too many. And this is how I died. The next time, I was smarter. I moved between the shadows, between the infected. But I wasn't smart enough. And this is how I died. I knew I had to leave this place. I found an empty farmhouse, a place where they'd never find me. I prepped, built defenses. I farmed, I fished, and found a generator to keep me warm through winter. But it needed fuel. There was a gas station back out on the road. I took the car and risked the noise it made. But I would never make it home. This is Project Zomboid. Survive together. Build. Scavenge. Fight. Die. Project Zomboid, the ultimate zombie survival RPG.
Well, hello. It's Thursday night. Me and my giant head are going to tackle some more Project Zomboid this evening. For those who missed last week, I customized a character with a large head to simulate what it would be like for me to experience a zombie apocalypse in real life. Most accurately. So, look, off to a good start. My microphone isn't muted, right? No one's here yet, but if they were, they'd be able to hear me. So let's see. It's Thursday night. I decided on Project Zomboid again. I haven't been playing a ton of games this week. We've been more about watching shows. We've been watching, what's that? The Foundation. We got Apple Plus recently because I wanted to watch Mythic Quest. It's the people that made Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the same creator. It did a sitcom about a workplace comedy about an MMO company that's making an MMO. And I watched the first couple episodes and it's like, well, that's kind of good. And then I noticed there's like some really good, awesome crap on Apple Plus, which we never had before. So we kind of got sucked in. We watched one called, what was that? It's, why can't I remember? The Mosquito Coast. That's it. There's one called The Mosquito Coast. It was a movie with Harrison Ford from the 80s that was really good. It's based on a book. So this is like a made-for-TV adaptation. It's a lot different than the movie, but it's really good. It's almost got like Breaking Bad vibes, except instead of a dude wanting to make meth, he's a renegade because he's just like he's just screw the government. He doesn't believe in capitalism. He's trying to like flee the country with his family, and he's a little bit like he's a genius, but a little bit nuts, and it's kind of cool. But there's only one season, so we finished it. Now we're watching The Foundation, based on Isaac Asimov's famous book series that he wrote. I forget when he wrote the Foundation, but it's like one of his most famous works. And they got a pretty good series on Apple Plus. It's like very high production value. It's a little hard to follow probably if you haven't read the books, which I haven't. We haven't. We've still been enjoying it, but there's a lot of feeling that we're not getting what's happening. And if you read the books, maybe you would be, or possibly you'd just be like, well, this is not representative of the books at all. I couldn't say because I haven't read. I think I own the book. It just so happened I bought a digital copy of the book a few months ago. I think it was maybe on sale because Apple had this series going. but I just saw it super cheap advertised on Amazon on Kindle, so I grabbed it. But I haven't read it yet. I've always sort of intended to read it. I've heard, if you know Asimov, he wrote like 50 books, and then in the end, he's decided, I don't know if he always intended it this way as he was writing them, but he decided that they all tied together. So if you've seen the movie I, Robot with Will Smith, based on a book that's nothing like the movie at all, but it was like the first book, and it supposedly all ties into the Foundation. It's all supposed to be one big continuous universe that all like ties together. So then when I was interested in watching and reading the Foundation more recently, like in the last couple of years, I heard about that and I was like, I better start with I, Robot. So I actually started reading I, Robot a couple of years ago. Yeah, Madros, have you read? And hello, EV23. Well, people are starting to show up. I was just having a little monologue about what I've been up to this week. Well, I've been watching we started watching the Foundation series on Apple Plus, and it turns out like we're really enjoying it. And I was just saying how I've always intended to read the Foundation, and so I looked into it a couple years ago, and I heard, as I read more, I discovered that he sort of, I don't know if he retconned it, but he ended up making it so that all of his books tied together, so that the Foundation is now 15 books into the chronological order if you really want to read it all. It was solid. Some of the science portions of the sci-fi are dated, but still very good. I bought the Foundation when I was in high school, and I remember I started reading it, and I really liked the concept of it, because the whole premise of there's this brilliant mathematician who's come up with such a complex like set of like equation or method of calculation that he's calculated the future, like up to 12,000 years in the future, what's going to happen to civilization, and they're comparing him to like the powers that be. Don't want to hear it because he basically says, yeah, the super strong empire we're in is about to fall the fuck apart, and there's going to be like up to, I don't know, 30,000 years of darkness, and no one wants to hear that shit. So yeah, it's just an interesting, it's really interesting, but I don't know where it all goes. But yeah, they I didn't even know, like I said, we got Apple Plus or Apple TV Plus, and I had no idea they'd even made a show of Foundation until about a week ago. We got it because I wanted to watch Mythic Quest, so there was a promotion, and I was like, oh yeah, I think it was like get 3 months free or 3 months for $5 or something like that. So I was like, oh, I've been wanting to watch Mythic Quest, so check that out. I've watched 2 episodes of Mythic Quest and like found all these other shows, and we've been just binging a whole bunch of other shows on there. It's Zambi out here. How you doing, Matus? You read the first Foundation book and you found it implausible and tedious. So, and you don't really like Asimov's writing style. Yeah, I didn't get through it when I read it, but there's a lot of things that I started reading in high school. Like, for example, Eye of the World, which I'm now in the second book of. I'm in The Great Hunt, and I'm enjoying, what is it? What's the overall? The Wheel of Time is the overall series. But I remember getting the first book, Eye of the World, and I got about 150 pages in, and I was like, I don't feel like an awful lot of plots happened for the 150 pages I just read. I felt like it wasn't respecting my time, so I put it down. He's one of the fathers of sci-fi for a reason, Foundation, with Clark and Hyland. I was really into Clark. I read some H.G. Wells. I read a lot of Arthur C. Clarke. I think I got introduced to Arthur C. Clarke with there were 2 books I specifically remember reading, which is Childhood's End and Rendezvous with Rama, were I think the first 2 books of his that I read. And then I liked him and I read a few others. I never read 2001 because I was always like, I didn't like the movie a whole lot. and I was like, is that gonna, I don't know. It's just because I watched the movie and was like lukewarm about 2001 the movie, and then it's like, I don't know if I want to read a whole book. But I've been a lot more into horror, or fantasy's been my main thing, and then probably then horror, but I have been into some sci-fi. We also want to get into The Expanse. We picked up the first Expanse book, and I think that's after Foundation only has one season, so I'm pretty sure this weekend we've only got 2 episodes of Foundation to wrap up the season, and we're probably we'll be watching some Expanse this weekend. 2001 was the first movie that your family rented when you got your first VCR. Yeah, probably back in those days, 2001 was a big deal. I'm trying to think. They didn't have all the movies on VHS. They didn't even have Star Wars at that point. Like the first time, I remember the first time I watched a VHS, we went to a video store and we were going to go over to my parents' friend's house. And they're the first people we'd ever heard of that got a VCR. And I was just blown away. Like we went in this store and it was like, oh yeah, you mean any one of these movies, we take this tape over to their house and we could just watch the movie on their TV? Like the movie from the movie theater? What? So, yeah, The Expanse TV series is one that we started watching a few years ago, like 2 years ago, and we both really loved it. And we do have a problem, though, with sticking to TV shows, because just stuff will happen. I'll get a new game that I'm into and I just won't watch TV that much for a while, and then she'll get into watching. There's a lot of shows that she watches that I'm not into, and she'll get sucked into her shows and not want to come back. There'll be like the boats passing each other in the night. So once we start watching them, we will be all enthusiastic. But if we put it down at all, and then it's like a week or two later, one of us like, hey, do you want to watch this? It's like, oh, I'm doing this thing right now, or whatever. We end up not. But yeah, The Expanse, and I've heard the books are really good too. But I think they're into like season 6 of The Expanse on Amazon Prime. You want to go back in time and explain to baby G-Law, little baby G-Law, about Netflix? Yeah, I remember the first movies that we saw on VHS were Freaky Friday with what's her name? Jodie Foster. It's a real life Disney film. And Raiders of the Lost Ark. And the funny thing is like Raiders of the Lost Ark has now like a big picture of my favorite movies of all time is one of those, but all I wanted to watch was Star Trek. And because I'd seen Star Trek in the theater, and then for a little while we had Showtime, and Star Trek was on Showtime. It just happened to be on like repeating that month that we didn't have it very long, but we had it for a little while. And so I got to watch Star Trek a bunch of times, and I was obsessed with Star Trek the motion picture when it came out, because I was a huge Star Trek fan. And so when we went to that video store, and I was like, oh my gosh, they have Star Trek the motion picture, and I'm pretty sure my parents were understandably like, you've watched that movie like 20 times already. You don't need to see. Why don't we see this instead? Freaky Friday. This looks good. And I'm like, oh, it's about what is that about? It's a girl and her mom? I don't know. That sounds boring. It's not Mr. Spock. There's no phasers. and then Raiders of the Lost Ark was like, okay, well, all right. So it's got Han Solo, because I love Star Wars. So it's got Han Solo, but he looks like he needs she looks dirty. What's the matter with him? He looks dirty and grumpy. Like the regular Han Solo is kind of grumpy, but kind of fun at the same time. And so I didn't know what I thought of Indiana Jones as like when I was 6 or 7 years old. I was kind of like, he just seems like a dirty like a grumpy person that I wouldn't want to hang out with. But for some reason, like Han Solo on the Millennium Falcon seemed like, oh yeah, he seems cool. Like that'd be fun hanging out with Han Solo and Chewbacca on the Millennium Falcon. You tell yourself to mine Bitcoin in 2009. Well, so many so many things you could do if you could travel back in time. I mean, any trip to a casino, you just know when you're gonna win and just put all your money. You know, there's a million micro instances where you could become wealthy if you knew exactly what was about to happen or what was going to happen in the future. Could you imagine if you were playing blackjack and you just knew, like, okay, you start with a $5 bet and you win, and you put, and every time you know you're going to win, you just double the amount, and then that's like an exponential. You probably all of a sudden have more than you probably. Well, I think you got to move to a bigger table eventually, but you end up in the high rollers club within an hour. Good times. So yeah, this week not been a bunch of gaming, but when I have been playing games, it's still been Project Zomboid has sort of been my game of choice. And I'll play it and I'll get frustrated and sad and die, and then be like, I think I'm done with this. And then the next day I'd be like, I kind of want to play Project Zomboid again. So how's everybody doing? How you doing, Madros? How you doing, Matus? How you doing, EV23? EV23, you guys having dinner right now? What's going on? I'm having some Diet Coca-Cola in my Harry Potter mug. You guys see my Harry Potter mug? It's the Marauders map. And then on the back, it says, oh, the lighting is a little screwy here. I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. Yep. That's how I roll. You got drawn out of the lurk with the book talk? I seem to recall that's happened a few times. What are you reading? Right? Are you reading anything right now, Madros? Mostly, I'd consider my main book that I'm reading right now is The Wheel of Time. So, and I have reason to think that because we watched the first season and I really liked it, and I have reason to believe that the next season is going to probably potentially try to cram the next 2 books into it. And it's probably going to be coming out this coming fall. So there's a good chance of it anyways. So I kind of decided I want to kick in gear. I'm not a fast reader because I don't dedicate a lot of time to reading. It's just I'll usually have something that I'm reading, and I'll either read on my Kindle when I've got some downtime, or listen to it when I'm going to bed. So I'll have it on Kindle and on an audio, and I'll switch between them depending on if I'm reading or listening. Oh, you did start rereading the Wheel of Time series. Okay, cool. Did you watch the Amazon series yet, Madros? Oh my god! Look at Brad. Brad, you bring me such joy with your talons of sponsorship. That's right, Brad, it's Thursday, and you know what that means. My ongoing, steadfast mission. It's an obsession, if you will, to never miss a single Thursday night. And so far, since I decided Thursdays were my day, I've not missed a single one since 2016. Talons of Ka, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Madros. In the end, I did find that there were things I really liked about it, and it did connect. It connected with me to where I cared about the characters who were up on the screen. They deviated a lot from the book, in a lot of ways, which I'm actually okay with. I'm not a purist. As long as I feel like they're capturing the essence of it, and with the book series like that, I feel like you have to make some, you have to cut some things out and do some creative rearranging to make it work. So Oh dang, you're now, Brad, have you read them before? Or is this your first time? I know like Joss is rereading them right now. He could have cut each of these books in half, too many words that aren't useful. Having a good time. Yeah, I mean, and it supposedly gets worse by once you start getting like book 7, book 8 or whatever. Even people that really like the series, they're like, yeah, it starts becoming a bit of a task to get through it. So, and then what I heard because I looked at a lot of reviews of people talking about it before I decided to start reading it, because I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was such a huge series that I'm like, I don't really want to start reading it unless I think I might want to go be in for the long haul, which really means reading that, but then occasionally picking up other books. Like, I'm not just going to read that. I just can't. I don't have that kind of stick-to-itiveness. Okay, so you've read you probably read as many books as there were at that time, Brad. So you could tell he was intentionally dragging it out. Well, do you think it was because he was just dragging it out for the sake of making it, padding it? Or is it sort of like George R.R. Martin, where I get the impression his problem is he doesn't know where to take the story? Like he did, and then after book 3 of the Song of Ice and Fire, that was like the big story arc that he had in mind, got wrapped up in book 3, and then he just had set up a bunch of like, oh, but there's this bigger thing going on, and the whole time he's like, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen with that bigger thing. And then after book 3, he's like, now the thing is my impression is that Jordan knew where it was gonna go. Like he started the series knowing the track that it was going to take. So I don't think that was an issue. I think it sounds like it took on a life of its own, and he ended up just following every story that sprung up as he was writing it. And hello, how you doing, Animal Lawyer? What's up, Keith? Happy New Year again. I've seen you already this year, but Happy New Year again. Whatever. Yeah, that's what I just remembered that as I was saying it, that he was supposed to have a full outline, which was why it was easier for Sanderson to finish the series, because Jordan's wife was able to give him this material and give him a roadmap of exactly where it needed to go, or where he was planning for it to go. And good evening, Nick. How you doing, man? Happy Thursday. Back for more Project Zomboid. Me and my giant head surviving. My abnormally large head surviving in the zombie apocalypse for another week. Martin has no clue, and he's just done. He's just not going to finish the books. I live his life as a rich man cosplaying a 19th century fisherman. Yeah, I'm not confident Martin's gonna wrap things up. That's another reason why I because I had friends who were into Sanderson recommend that I just read his new big epic series. What's it? The Torch Soul Sword? Whatever. We read the first one when it was only the first one. My wife and we listened to the audiobook and liked it. But then I don't like running out of book. So I don't know. The Jordan was like, it's done. If the whole series is done, you keep reading it. You're not going to run out of it. You keep reading it and it's done. And like the original Mistborn trilogy by Sanderson, and he kept writing more Mistborn related books, but the trilogy was done. You read it, you finish it. It's good. It's long, whatever. Game of Thrones, the Wheel of Ice, the Song of Ice and Fire has been going for like 25 years. And it's like exponential distance between publications. It's like, oh, the first books were a year apart, and then between book 2 and book 3 was 2 years apart, and then book 3 and book 4 was 4 years apart, or 8 years apart, and then the next one was like 10 years later, and then like probably that's it We're never gonna get. Mistborn I loved. We loved Mistborn a lot. Yeah, and I still want to read the Alloy of Law. I mean, it's different, but it's not it. We have it, and I've read the first chapter just to see what it looked like, and it's like it looks like a lot of fun. Reckoner's Stormlight Archive. That's the one. That because I had a friend who read from high school. He's in my D&D group who read the entire series as they came out, and he said like what in the last year or so when I was talking about starting to read the Wheel of Time, and he's like, you know what? I love the Wheel of Time, but you're better off just reading Stormlight series. It's just as everything that's good about Wheel of Time is like you can get it from there, and it's better written. It's like, oh shit, but it's not done yet. But see, Sanderson I don't think is going to just wander and never finish it though. Sanderson seems like he's a closer. He gets his books published and he does them in a timely manner, and he maintains his quality too. They're no joke. It's not like he's like, here's my next book, and it's like boom, another book, boom, another book, boom, another book. I think he's I mean, this is what my friend said too, and I could believe this, is that the reason the Stormlight is good is because it's sort of like he's at the top of his craft by the time he gets to Stormlight. So, not that the other stuff was bad, but he's, as an author, getting better and better. And if you want the best books that he's written, you start with Stormlight, and you can skip the other stuff. Yeah, Sanderson is a machine. He puts those books out, and he does a good job. They're progressively going down. Okay, I haven't read the next ones. I think we got the second one, and my wife read it, and then I don't know what's from there. Matus, you slogged through the Mistborn trilogy until you get to the end, and then it's amazing. I think I really liked the first book, and it really almost felt like the first book could have been self-contained. Like they could have brought it, just had it be a standalone book. And then I did feel like it got a little long-winded. And there was nothing I didn't like, but I did feel like it got a bit long-winded. But I agree with you, Matus. Like, it came to a clean, good conclusion. It wasn't time wasted, where you're like, oh, what happened to that series? It was like, yeah, when it did wrap up, it was like, oh god, that's pretty good. Malazan, Book of the Fallen, is twice as good. You can't read it all the time though. That's the one that I've heard of. Would that be considered grimdark? Because I think I heard that it's like a kind of an intense book, or more like a historical fiction almost, like military fiction, but fantasy. I don't know Karkanas. It's not grimdark. Okay, I've touched some grimdark. I'm getting. Let me see. What was There's a one called The Blade Itself by Joe Abercrombie. I'm sure I'm talking about it like you don't know who it is. I'm betting there's at least two people in here who've read the entire. I think it's a trilogy. That's one that I want to read. That's considered grimdark, where there is no like black and white good guy or bad guy, but the characters are really interesting. And I think I got about halfway through the first book of that, but I felt like that's why I ended up coming back to Wheel of Time, is because I was trying these other books, and I really had been craving a traditional fantasy experience. And even though I can appreciate these other books are really good, I wanted something that felt like an extension of Tolkien and not this like a new and unique, because those are, you got to move forward. You can't write, the genre can't produce the same story over and over again. So they have to innovate, and they have to do, they can't do what they've done always. It's got to move on. But I still crave the old feeling. And what was the other one? The Lies of Loch Lamora was really interesting. And again, that's another one where it's a little bit like everyone's a little nefarious, but you like them and stuff. I did finish Kings of the Wild, which is more like a comedy, but not completely. It's not like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where everything's a joke. The characters have some emotional depth to them, and you become invested. Like what they're going through is supposed to be taken seriously, even though a lot of what's happening is kind of farcical. You thought it was the most overrated fantasy book you've read in a long time? I don't know. I started reading it and I thought it was just really interesting, and I thought the writing style was good. It was a little. The one problem was it was a little dense, and not in a way that it was hard to read, like difficult to read, but you needed to be paying attention. It took a little more effort to to intentionally engage with it. Whereas sometimes you don't want the language itself to be something that you have to navigate. You just want it to carry you. That's why people talk about Stephen King being a hack writer and stuff, and I thought that in high school without really reading much. And then in college, I was a snob. And then when I finally did connect with Stephen King, one of the things that appealed to me is I'd spent so many years reading things that were difficult and evaluating how good a book was by how challenging it was to grasp and to navigate and understand and draw meaning from and everything else. And when I got to I started reading stuff like Stephen King, and it was like, oh, I don't have to work to enjoy this. I can just enjoy it. And he tells some pretty amazing stories too. But yeah, I can't speak out knowledgeably of the Lies of Loch Lamora, except that a lot of people make a huge deal out of it, and my beginning reading of it seemed to confirm. I thought it confirmed the reputation that he'd gained. But ultimately, I put it down. So that doesn't, and I may go back to it, but it's like I could respect that it seemed like it was very an interesting and well-written tale that I wasn't getting particularly hooked by. If you drop Wheel of Time, you may never finish it. Yeah, well, that's the problem with me, is if I put something down and then I forget what was going on, I'll kind of want to start over again. If it's that big, I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do that. And I'd have a hard time if I was in your position, Brad, where I'd read 8 or 9 books, and those are some beefy books. If I read 8 or 9 books, even if it was 20 years ago, and then the idea of reading it again now is kind of like, maybe I should just find some good books that I haven't read yet. Yeah, right. The Gentleman Bastards and Loch Lamora is the first one. That's right. You had what problem with Project Zomboid, Matus? It can't be that it's too long, I wouldn't think, because at least most of my games only last a couple hours. The last one I was playing, though, I did play a little bit this week, and I changed I was tweaking settings in the world, and I did make one where there's no zombie respawn. There's still a lot of zombies, but the only way they'll end up, if you clear sort of an area out, the only way they'll end up there is if something draws them there, like they hear noises, or if you drive a car, or if a house alarm goes off, or a helicopter flies over your house, or whatever. They won't just have random sort of spawn in over time. I do not think we'll get to the point of farming in Zomboid today, Brad. Farming seems like something that happens. I've never gotten to the point of farming, ever. So, and I'm thinking of starting a new game just for the stream, because like, why not? But I am playing. Well, if I could get to the farming, I would. But it's at first you're just literally trying to make sure you're not starving to death, and you have something so that you don't have to fight the zombies with your bare hands. You forgot about the zombies and got your face eaten. Yeah, and that's what happened. Like in the game that I'm playing with no respawn, I might be about to die anyways. I didn't get bitten, but I kind of got complacent, and I found a grocery store, and I was clearing out the grocery store, and I think I was like trying to loot, like something came out of a door, and I killed it. And I was trying to loot it, and then 2 more came out, like right next to me, and I was like, and then like one of them scratched me, and I put him down, and then I was putting a bandage on, and then another one walked out of that same door, and they kept like probably about 6 or 7 ended up coming out. Or I don't know if it was that many, but they kept coming out. And by the time it was over, I had 2 scratches and a laceration. So statistically speaking, there's a pretty decent chance I'm infected. But if you get a bite, that's it. It's a 100% chance you're infected. But scratches and lacerations are like, I don't know, each scratch is 10 to 15%. A laceration is 25% chance. I don't know, they've got this sort of percentages of whether you're going to get the zombie virus based on the kind of injury you get. Were you watching videos by a woman called Nurse? Because I've been watching some videos too, and I don't know if I've heard of Nurse before, but all of a sudden her videos are popping up everywhere. She also does Kenshi videos, which probably, I don't know, YouTube determined that I would like those too because of my history of liking Kenshi. But she's really smart, but I still see her, being caught off guard. And the thing is she comes out on top, but I've seen her be like, oh fuck, and she's like, oh god, am I gonna die? And then she'll check and be like, oh, thank god that wasn't a bite. Yeah, I didn't know Nurse before, Brad, but God, I can't remember if I subbed to her, but I need to, because once I started watching her stuff, and she's really good, and she's good at the game. She's informed that what she talks about it's like part Let's Play. Also, you could take it almost like a tutorial. She's that good at it and narrating what she's doing, and she's just entertaining too. I really enjoy her. You never see her get bit like a clown, like I do. Okay. For some reason, YouTube is always recommending you G-Law videos, but they're 4 years old for reals. Are they like old live streams? Or are they my Let's Plays? That's weird. I have no idea what would cause that. I mean, 4 years ago is when I had my most viewed streams. So maybe it's just like, hey, if you like G-Law, maybe you'll like his most popular video, Fallout 4. Or the time he played Fallout 4 in 2017. Oh yeah, she does do shorts too. I mean, I haven't really watched. I think I watched a couple of her shorts, but I like her longer form videos. That's funny though, Brad. I think you and I discovered Nurse in the same week, and it was about Project Zomboid. Old streams, okay. Yeah, I have some random old streams that got a lot of traffic based on probably raids that I got from big streamers. And so that can, YouTube might think, oh, people love this one. And it's just like, nah, it's because like I got a Kingdom raid that day. And then one of the first Let's Plays I did before I streamed was for a game called Bloodlust Shadowhunter, which for some reason has a cult following, and a bunch of people have ended up watching those videos. They're not very good, but yeah, probably the most viewed videos on my channel are my Bloodlust Shadowhunter videos. And hello, Mega EV7. Welcome. Oh my god, okay, that's funny, Brad. I just now saw your comment about the vampire videos. Yeah, I mean, that got enough attention that the developer of Bloodlust Shadowhunter, when I did, because my very, very first live stream ever was a Bloodlust Shadowhunter stream on Twitch. And he showed up and hung out with me for like 2 hours while I played Blood and like, you know, making observations or, you know, not spoiling anything, but it was kind of cool. And then ever since then, whenever he comes out with a new game, you know, he'll offer to give me a free key to see if I want to play it and stream it or make videos about it. I'm like, oh, cool. Yeah, but I think you're gonna get recommended those again, because if you like Gaming Lawyer, these are the most popular videos on his channel. So YouTube thinks, oh, these are probably the best ones. These are the ones that like the most people are interested in. So, but it's not representative of all of 99.9% of my content, which is this. Which is 6 years of this. With some Let's Plays sort of within the last 2 years. I was still, even after I started streaming, I was still doing some Let's Plays during that first year and a half, and then eventually I was like, nobody watches this shit. I was watching this shit anyways. It's a lot of work for something that no one's gonna watch. Except for Bloodlust Shadowhunter. People still, I haven't looked in a while, but people still watch it, and I'm like, why are they still watching it? And that's got to be it. That YouTube is still thinks that my Bloodlust Shadowhunter series is it's some hot vids that people love to watch. So anyway. Oh, you can watch Spiffing Brit, who made a Zomboid video where he took every single disadvantage possible. Oh god, I didn't see that. I did see one with the nurse where she did it, but it was a particular challenge, and I think it's where you do a particular start and then you take all the disadvantage videos. I forget what it's called. And where the person starts off like tired and sick and like coughing and sneezing and zombies everywhere and inside of a house that's on fire. Like that's you spawn inside a house that's on fire. YouTube's is not wrong. You're a big fan of both Gaming Lawyer channel and Gaming Lawyer the person. Well, then you'll love Bloodlust Shadowhunter videos by the Gaming Lawyer. If you love Gaming Lawyer the channel and Gaming Lawyer the person, you'll love Bloodlust Shadowhunter, Brad. Wait, so I almost put a poll out today because I was sort of like, I don't know what I wasn't dead set on playing Project Zomboid, but did you guys actually like watching me stream Project Zomboid? I felt like that was like a reasonably fun streaming game, but I'm not always the best gauge of that 6 years into being a streamer. It seemed like generally that was kind of a good game to stream. I don't know if I'll do it forever. I really think Gaming Lawyer is really special. And by Gaming Lawyer, I mean the kid who wanted you to stop using it. No, that was the Gaming Lawyer. Brad, there's a huge difference. And that was the only reason he allowed me to continue, is because I promised to never market my channel as the Gaming Lawyer. So, there we go. Madros? Oh my god. You're like, yeah, his gameplay is epic, but I don't know, the guy just gets on my nerves. But I put up with him because the gameplay, he does really good gameplay. It's good. What a piece of shit. Oh, you enjoyed it even though you felt that's okay. Falling asleep. This is one thing where I can sympathize if, for people that drift in and out or lurk or fall asleep. Is like, I've never been someone that goes to any one person's stream like all the time and hangs out for the whole stream. There are people that like, Brad, if I see you're streaming, I'll almost always pop on, but it'll often be at times when I don't chat. So, Brad, I make visits to a lot of your streams, but either it's too early to chat or it's too late to chat. And usually I don't even like saying hi unless I know I can hang out, like I can chat for a couple of minutes. But I'll have like a Brad stream on in the morning while I'm getting ready for work or that sort of thing, and then hit the like button and then start working. Yeah, didn't you read the description? It's the ultimate gaming stream, Nick. I decided. Is that what it says now? I think it does. I can't see it right now, but I believe I'm currently marketing my streams as the ultimate gaming stream. The voice is my lullaby until the actual lullaby. But if you're already asleep, I guess it doesn't help. You'll probably fall asleep again tonight. And hey, James. I was just realized I was responding to your chat, but I didn't say hi. ASM lawyer. Yeah. I've fallen asleep to my own videos before. I think I did. It was more when I was new. I don't do it that much anymore. But when I was first doing Let's Plays, I was always kind of like, I was in a self-evaluation mode where I'd watch the series that I did and just be like, is this good? What could I do? Is there anything weird I'm doing or whatever? And for the most part, it was also just like that look mom on TV type of phenomenon where I'm like, hey, I made all these videos. And I'd play them and be like, that's pretty neat. I'm a content creator on YouTube. No, I've never intentionally done ASMR. Unless you count, like, eating cashews into the microphone. I guess that would be ASMR. But I do have some cashews, too. Only problem is when I get the cashew bag, it disturbs Chauncey because then she wants some. So it's hard to get to Chauncey with my green screen up. My green screen basically blocks me into this half of the room once I have it open because it's huge. I can still get out, but it's just an effort. So I hit that cashew bag, Chauncey's gonna hear it. And she's gonna go, hey! Real streamers fall asleep for their own video while live on camera. I don't think that I've ever come close to falling asleep during a stream. You know what? The bird gets cashews all the time. The damn bird eats more cashews than I do. You know why? Because every time I eat something, she wants me she's like, hey, share. She gets this thing where it's like, hey, is it time for us to eat? Like, don't hold out on me. The problem is she hates most people food that I try to give her. Or it's stuff like, my Huel smoothies that you are so jealous of, Brad. Can't really share Huel with a bird. They're like, here, come drink it. And you hold it's not gonna work. My morning coffee, whatever it is, there's a lot of stuff I have, but she'll know I'm consuming something, and she won't let me alone until I've shared with her. And so what that's turned into is nuts, usually cashews if I have them. That's her favorite. And so I might be eating Taco Bell or Huel, and she'll be like, hey, and I'll go up and give her cashews. So No, I mean, sadly, Huel is probably the healthy. Well, it's not sad, but Huel is actually really healthy. It's actually really healthy. So, the meals that I use Huel as my base for are probably the healthiest meals that I have. It's Huel, not Buell. But what? But for bird? Oh right, bird. The bird fuel. Because Huel stands for human fuel. It's made of people. You built the McAllister's house Lego set. Holy moly. That sounds like an epic accomplishment. I'm very happy for you. That's the McAllister's as in Home Alone, you mean, right? That's what I'm assuming you mean. I didn't even know they had a Lego set. That's just some other McAllister's house. I'm assuming that's got to be it, though. Yeah, Home Alone, right. Okay. That was a nice house, too. Now you do. Now I know for sure that they have Legos. We bought a Lego. I haven't done Legos in a long time, but we actually bought some Legos during our anniversary weekend. We haven't cracked open the box, but there were we found a bunch of Harry Potter scenes, like sets. And there was like 4 or 5 different ones. And each one was like the Hogwarts living room and I think maybe it was one Diagon Alley. I don't know. There's a few different scenes. And the potions class one, and we picked up one of them, thinking like, oh, that'd be kind of fun to like do together. We haven't opened it yet. We still need to. McAllister's house was an old high school. No, I did not know that. Well, like, must have been like a old timey high school. Like it was like where the classroom was like 12 kids, and that was the whole town. I don't know. Looks very housey from the outside. I am vaguely aware of the Gritty Fresh Prince reboot. I can't say that I'm excited. I'm not like discouraging of it. Like I never really watched the original Fresh Prince. I was never really into it. So, and I didn't dislike the Fresh Prince. I just never got into it. Hey, what's up, Ethan? What's going on? Howdy, happy. Is this the first time I've seen you this year? I can't remember. I think it might be. Happy New Year, just in case. What's up? Okay. Yeah, we're getting that point where I think we need to figure out what's going on with the D&D game that I started talking about doing in October. I've been busy. I keep talking about this week. I was like, I think I need to try and maybe reboot it and get it going again. But I'm doing like work interviews, and then before that it was like, oh, we got holidays. And before that we got whatever's going on. We need to come up with a session 0 and just do it and make it happen. It is your first time since the new year. Okay, well then, Happy New Year, Ethan. I hope that you and your family are well. Are you all hanging in there? You had some pretty eventful. You had a pretty eventful winter going into it. So, I hope you're coming into the new year with the boat uprighted and stable at this point. Yeah, the other Eevee was the first comment of this stream. But let me see what's. Does she talk at all after that? Because sometimes she'll log in, but then they'll be having dinner or something. And then she'll come back after dinner. That seems to be like an EV23 thing. My thoughts about wild magic? Are you meaning Dungeons and Dragons? Is that where you where you have to roll randomly to see if your spell does the crazy? I'm not a huge fan. If that's what you're talking about, I'm not a huge fan of it. It just seems like it's too easy for that to ruin your character's game at the wrong time. It's an interesting thing, though. I mean, I can see the appeal of it, that there's some fun unpredictability. It's like, you know, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I've never used it in a game, although I haven't really played with it at all. Because back when I played D&D before, I don't think there was wild magic. Tell you the session 0 day. Well, let me look on my calendar. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've got anything going on that I'm aware of after this weekend. Although one thing I've been second guessing is what if I still want to do the same published adventure that I'd settled on, because that one only is supposed to go to 5th level. So I may change course on that, because I got the sense, like in particular Nick, I got the sense that the character that you've envisioned doesn't work if he stops at 5th level. So I've been debating, like, okay, we could play what I was planning, and then I could adjust another campaign to get you guys in at the 5th level mark. Or if I know that we're ultimately gonna want to play more than 5 levels, or at least some people will, we can just start of a full length campaign instead of an introductory campaign. You can freelance. I don't know if I can freelance, because that takes a lot of time and effort at least for me it would, to just manage everything. But yeah, but you could say it's designed to roll into other campaigns, but then the actual rolling into other campaigns is not. It's not like there's as an off ramp as like an even, like, all right, we're just gonna plumb it into here. It's like the other campaigns start at 1st level, so you can have a bunch of 5th level. 5th level is kind of powerful. 5th level is when you consider your characters have sort of reached their sort of initial class defining abilities, fireball, stuff like that, and so that's where adjustments would need to be made with these campaigns to tailor them to accommodate 5th level players. And I also don't feel that I have a ton of time to like rebalance modules, republish adventures. I do a lot of creative stuff with what's there, but like I don't want to rewrite the damn thing from the ground up. I don't have that kind of time. So yeah. But like if we were going to do the dragons of whatever, I sort of figured out a way that it could work to get to time, but it would involve like chopping off the first 3 or 4 chapters of that adventure, which I'm like, do I want to do that? By some measures that might work better, because some people really thought the first 3 to 4 chapters were not their favorite, but there's a lot of stuff set up in those first 3 to 4 chapters that builds continuity that, you know, is cool to the story. The Cones of Dunshire? What's that? You watched a D&D campaign that the 5th level party with wild magic summoned a what? The strongest monster? The party didn't die? Was it legit, or was it like they just spent the rest of the session running away? Or was it something that they were able to like talk their way out of it? I don't know. The first to third stuff is usually cuttable. Oh, it's a park. Is it a Parks and Rec joke about Dungeons and Dragons? Parks and Rec is on the list of things that I definitely want to watch but haven't yet. Because whenever I tried, I couldn't push past the not connecting. But I'm fairly certain if I got past that, I would end up, it could be one of my favorite shows. Whenever I try it, I feel like it tries to push me back. I push into it and it pushes back, and then I'm like, I don't watch it anymore. But I firmly intend to start watching it, maybe starting with the second season. I did try starting at the second season once, and it still didn't latch on. So you plowed boldly forward with your reference. Okay. We've established that I don't get references. That's okay, Brad. I appreciate that. Knowing that you may be introducing references in the stream could be yet another incentive for me to finally watch it. So, but it's just something I've thought about reevaluating. I don't know if I told you this, but I don't know if it was Black Friday or sometime over the holidays, but Fantasy Grounds had another massive sale. They only do it like once a year. Maybe a couple times a year, but I sort of pay attention, and I hadn't seen a sale this big since I got when I first got Fantasy Grounds. I invested heavily because they had a really good sale, and that's when I got the I want to call it the Elite Edition. I don't think that's what it is, but it's like the kind that lets it so I can DM games that for people that have never bought anything, and it's because of that top tier purchase level that I made. And then I got a ton of content for it. During that last sale, I bought the bundled version of the rest of the adventure modules that I didn't have. So essentially, I own everything in Fantasy Grounds up till that Feywild one, the one that came out last year. So, well, that's sort of what I was thinking, is if we already know, if I know there are already players that are decidedly not interested in just playing to 5th level, like the whole point of their character is to go well past that. That's where I'm like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't, because the whole thing about doing the 5th level thing was it's short, we get to it, and then people could be like, all right, that was fun. And then if we decided to keep playing, then maybe we roll up our real characters. Or maybe we do an adaptation. I wasn't sure what would happen at that point. If you can get a discount on the award-winning UI of Fantasy Grounds, I think it's the best on offer for what it does, Brad. One could argue that, what's the other one? D20, Roll20 is less convoluted, but it also doesn't do a lot. It does a lot less that I've come to want the game to do. I don't know. And also, you can't just buy your way into it. I kind of like right now. Granted, cumulatively, I've now invested quite a bit into Fantasy Grounds materials, the source books and the adventure modules. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the UI being sort of impenetrable. And there's another, I forget what it's called, but there's another, like, I don't know if it's even open source. They don't have any licensed products, but there's another program that's being developed that, like, people who are techie are like, oh, it's so much better than Fantasy Grounds and so much better than anything available. But then the more you hear them talk about it, it's almost like, well, you got to know a little bit about coding to make it, you got to basically be a programmer to figure out. And it's like, is that better? Like, why can't somebody just make it something that is like advanced and competent at making these game systems work, and not have it be like this whole hit and miss? It's like, all right, you do this. Oh, that spell hasn't been coded to work as written because that we don't know how to do it. But you can make this spell effect. You can create a custom spell effect. It's like, well, why the fuck didn't the people that adapted the material make the custom spell effect so that I don't have to? There's definitely some stuff in Fantasy Grounds where it's like, yeah, it's a learning curve. And does there need to be? And does it need to be unintuitive in the way that it is? I feel like they could have done better. I don't know. But I think it's the best. To me, it's the best for what it's the best virtual tabletop to play 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons on that exists, I think. I didn't commit to anything because I'm also going to need to run it by my wife. So I said this week. And this is the thing: is things keep happening. Like, I almost didn't even want to stream tonight because I got an interview in the morning. So I'm like, I'm like worked up about that. I'm very distracted with stuff that's happening in front of me. From week to week, it's this thing or it's that thing or it's Christmas or it's stuff. And yeah, for Dungeons and Dragons, it's like making it go forward. And I don't think I can just declare a day. I mean, I would presumably want to propose a day and see if people could do it. I'm trying to... I need to be able to put thought into it, too, because I think I need to figure out what published adventure we're playing before we do session 02. Now, it's not the time to break the streak. That's right, Brad. I just declare it. I'd be more comfortable declaring is Saturday the 29th of January. Because what that does is that creates a concrete date. That's 2 weeks in the future. That's reasonable. It's close enough to be soon, but far enough to not be a surprise. And that will also, well, I would also need to see, because here's the thing. Like, my wife and her mom make plans constantly. I mean, I think if we had a plan already, she would probably be like, oh no, Mom, I'm not available that weekend. But a lot of times I'm just like, she'll already have made the plans, and then I won't know until like, that weekend is your mom. Okay. So yeah, she really, or just generally like her family up in Eugene. She makes a lot of, it's usually with her mom, but she's got brothers and stuff too. So it's also hard for me to, without consulting with her, to come with a concrete date. So even for me, the 29th is a non-confirmed date. It's a non-confirmed date that I think will work for me. Brad, would you be available at, well, Nick, I don't know when your other D&D sessions are. Originally, I was thinking no matter what, you might be available, even if you had another D&D game. you might be available at 5 Pacific time, but then I'm under the impression later sounded like no, you wouldn't be able till later than that. Tentative on the 29th works for you, Ethan? Okay. So, Brad, you'll make yourself available. Does this proposed start time would be based on whether Nick's already playing D&D that day? Because every other Saturday Nick plays another D&D game. At least that was his original schedule. And if he's playing another D&D game that day, I don't know when his availability starts. But okay, so what it would be is maybe 6 p.m. I'm trying to think of a time that fits for everybody, because I think between all of us, there's only an actual very narrow window of time that consistently could work. You can be available on 29th. You don't have any other game that day. Okay, because so what I would like to aim for, because I also think 5 p.m. Pacific time, we don't want to go earlier than that, because Brad is in China and Brad is a late night person. So that represents like 9 in the morning for Brad. And I feel like that's me. Brad, is that a hard ask for you, or usually like up by then? But I am aware we don't want to be like, hey, let's do it at noon Pacific time. Because but I know other people are like on the other end. Well, Nick, you're like a total night owl. 9 a.m. is fine for you. Okay. So let's look at our tentative, and I'll send an email out to confirm that I can do it. I mean, ultimately, if for whatever reason, if my wife is not available, then we could maybe still do it. But I prefer everyone who's going to be in the game be at session 0, if possible. The reason we could work around my wife is because I live with my wife, so I could have the equivalent of a session 0 with her at any time. So 5 p.m. Pacific is doable. All right. Hey, so yeah, this is kind of working out. Let's see. Ethan, you said you were going to be a halfling rogue. Did you? And I know I showed the pre-made characters. Were you going to adapt? Because there's a halfling rogue that was one of the pre-made characters that was made for the particular adventure that we're planning. But even if we played something else, you could still use that character and then customize it or make your own. But I definitely want to have like the draft of everyone's character by session 0. Because the idea is session 0 is, it's like a tutorial session where I'm going to introduce people to Fantasy Grounds, so you get an idea how Fantasy Grounds work. I want your characters to be in Fantasy Grounds at that point. And so that you can like figure out how to cast your spells or whatever it is you're going to do. We can have a little bit of, so you're not just seeing it for the first time while we're on stream. I don't think that would make for a great stream where it's like, and there's still going to be tons of questions. Is it learning curve? So it's not like once we're on stream, no one can ever ask any questions. You're supposed to know everything. Even I stumble to figure crap out in Fantasy Grounds still, because I only use it once a month. So I have to give myself a little crash course like every time. But it would be good to have that, and then also to have any like remaining character background questions hashed out. And then the other thing that I want to establish during session 0 is just to make sure that I have things technologically set up. I'll probably do like an unlisted stream, a test stream that at that point no one will be watching. It's not going to be, I probably just have like flat out private. It's not for anyone to watch. Just to make sure like there's still technical questions about like, okay, if I do, I'm going to be the only one on camera. But I'm going to want to do like a live feed directly to you guys as DM through Discord. And my camera can only go to one thing at a time. So there's some part of me that's still processing the logistics technologically. It's like, all right, so am I going to go to Discord and then capture the video of myself from Discord and use that as my camera footage on the stream? Or am I going to do something? Yeah, it's like I have these sort of questions that I haven't sussed out some of the technical details. And that's what I'll want to have my game plan for how I think it's going to work. And also just stuff like, I'm a little concerned with the way that my audio set is set up with my headphone, because it's got like game audio and speech audio. And I noticed there was the one time, I think Nick, you and I were hanging out and like in Discord, and I randomly was like, oh yeah, let me show you the game I'm playing. And so I just started streaming it and do a private stream. And it was mainly just meant to be like, so we're talking, you can see what I'm playing. And then after the fact, the video was all me talking. And for whatever reason, it wasn't picking up Discord at all. And I don't know why. So that's a little thing that makes me worried. It's like, I don't want to be realizing that when we're actually doing the stream, that I'm doing a D&D stream where no one else is audible except for me. That would be the worst D&D stream ever. And I didn't know till after the fact. So anyways, so those are the sort of the main reasons. Have the characters ready, get people acquainted with Fantasy Grounds a little bit, hammer out any last minute details or questions about the characters, and also just establish the proof and concept of technically how I'm going to make the stream work with all the stuff I'm doing between Fantasy Grounds and Discord and OBS and all that stuff. So it's a little more, it's a step up in complication from regular streaming for sure. All right, cool. Well, this kind of worked out then. So yeah, really then, Ethan, if you look at that character is already, there's a version of that already in Fantasy Grounds. So all you'd need to do is give it a name if you like it as is. And then if you looked at it and decided there are things you want to change, you just let me know. Yeah, I don't think it has a name or a gender, and then everything else is like, even as sort of like background traits and stuff have been set, and any of those things you can change. But cool. All right. Well, now we have like an actual end in sight, and like I think the last 2 months was just going to be hard in general. Holidays get pretty hectic for me and my wife and our family and everything. And I know it's been hectic for some other people too, but I think this is the things are starting to open up now, so that's good. Just a man, how you doing, man? All right. Well, let's see. I've been streaming for an hour and 18 minutes. The ultimate gaming stream, guys. So you know what that means. I should probably actually play some game. But I wasn't expecting to have a D&D date settled. I'd almost want to be like, I'll text my wife. Saturday, 1:29. Work. There, I can I can maybe text her right now and get a preliminary answer. All right, she says sure. So, oh yeah, we still need Joss. Okay. All right. Wow, look what we did. Look what we did. So this worked out better than just sending an email out. It's on your wife's calendar, so it's official. Productive, totally unrelated stream. It's the ultimate gaming stream. That's what I bring. And the other complication I've run into lately is I got a new monitor and I couldn't get the colors to match on the two monitors. So I'm not sure if I'm one monitor I look pale, on the other one I look orange. So I'm like, I always try to balance in the like so that okay, how can I make this one look the least orange while looking not as pale on this one? And then just hope that what all you are seeing is not someone who seems abnormally orange or abnormally pale. Degoss? What does that mean? Is that not orange? Okay, good. Because it's my main gaming screen is where I look more normal colored, but it's my secondary monitors where I look orange. All right. So the first question is, should I start a new game? Because Project Zomboid only lets you play one game at a time, I think. Can you load? Oh, I guess you can do different ones. All right. So it doesn't. For some reason I thought it overwrote. 8-1. And all that. Okay. So the first question is, there was a game I was in the middle of playing, or I could just do a new one from scratch. So when I played this last week, we got bit. So that was going to be the end of my adventure. So I'm not going to continue that one, but I created a new game that I was playing earlier this week. Oh, you just got off work. Evie, I was like, I bet she's eating dinner. I was like, I bet she just checked in at the beginning of the stream to say hi, and they're having dinner. So probably now you're going to have dinner. And don't apologize, Evie, because you had to work. I'm happy you got a job that you like. Don't apologize for working at it. And hi, it's good to see you. So, and the game that I was playing is the one where I made it no respawns. But I left where I was in a grocery store where stuff was biting me. So not biting me, but I've been a little bit beat up. Or I start a new one. So Brad, we say no continue. That's what continuing would be, as opposed to starting from the beginning. But I think Brad, what you're saying is you don't want to see a from scratch. You want to see game in progress. You're not married to the idea of seeing the last game that I played last week. Because that one's basically done. These are the end times. There was no hope of survival. This is how you died. That's what I was going to say. Okay. Yeah, minor pain, and I'm getting bored. What was I doing in here? Well, I had a bunch of crap, too. I think I need to get back to my house. And I think I cleared out the grocery store. Maybe I'll grab some, I'm gonna grab some food. God, it's so dark. It's like it resets the line of sight. 'Cause I thought I'm still supposed to see like a grayed out outline of the hidden areas that when I know what's there. It's just not updated. All right, we're just gonna grab some fresh food. Oh, that's I think what I was doing last time. Oh no. Oh, drowsy. Okay, 'cause I heard, since I've been beat up a little bit, I heard that if you get hurt and it says queasy, you get the queasy thing. Oh shit, dirty bandage. Okay, hold on. That's where things can get a little adhesive bandage. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna grab some veg. No, we don't want rotten lettuce. And I think we got some meats here. Rotten, no. Rotten, no. God, is all this stuff going bad? Okay, we got some bass, some catfish, some trout. Some more trout. All right, that should be good. We'll take all this stuff home. Is this a freezer section? Yogurt. Oh, there's some good stuff in here too. All right. And we're gonna head back to our home base if we can get there. Oh, gotta close that door. Now there was kind of a horde of zombies wandering around out here. I have to pretend that they have Huel, Brad. Oh, and this is the save that I created that doesn't have respawn. There's still a lot of zombies, but by default, there's a certain amount of, like, as you kill them, they respawn. And this save does not have respawn because I wanted to see how much easier that made it. But it might make it too easy. I'm not sure. Let's move this. Almost. Is there a house over here I could take over? No, because the main house that I'm living in is right here, so it's not that far. No, James. Well, I'll be back. I'll go back there eventually. Yeah, see, the fact that there's no zombies here, that's pretty unusual. I did do a lot of killing in this vicinity, though. Yeah, I heard the school can be good because it has accessible roofs. So if you drag a bunch of soil up there, you can actually farm. Let's see. I'm getting chilly, drowsy, peckish, bored, anxious. And that's one thing is I've made G-Law here, Lawrence Hawk, a smoker, which was historically accurate to when I was a security guard. And I have discovered, wow, it's got dark. Okay. I have discovered that when I start getting anxious, like literally having a cigarette, I'm afraid if I do it too much, I'll end up hacking and attracting zombies. But now he's walking along, having himself a little. Oh, okay. Oh, there's like a bunch of them here. Oh, God. All right, time to get... I need to get into some light here. This is not ideal. That all of them? Any more wounds? No. Was that nurse? Well, it has actually, it's remarkably effective. Like, all of my anxiety and everything's gone now. And I only smoke like 3 cigarettes a day. But then now I'm worried because I don't know all the mechanics of this game. If that means pretty soon I'm going to start like developing smoker's hack, which that would be bad. All right. Let's hope, where do these guys even come from? This area I definitely cleared out, so something drew them here. They weren't here. I guess it's been a couple days because I did camp out in the school for a couple days. Oh, and the other thing I did is I started this campaign on March 9th instead of July 9th. And the reason being because if you start on July 9th, and if you wanted to wear extra layers of clothing to help protect you, you end up overheating. So I was like, if I start in March, that'll give me a few months where layering up will actually help me stay warm and protect me from zombies. You'd have to smoke like 2 packs a day before coughing would be an issue. I definitely developed the smoker's cough when I was a smoker. And I'm just a person that, like, I don't know if it's allergies or what, but I've always, like, need to clear my throat and stuff anyways. All right. Time to unload. Let's see. Got some books. Wait, was mechanics the one I was reading? All right, I'm going to move those. I think I was putting all the watches under the microwave. Well, that's getting pretty full. Let's get the perishables, put the perishables in the fridge. Is the TV too noisy? I want to have 2 shovels now. Bleach, cleaning liquid. Oh, I missed some books. Mechanics for beginners. I looted so much crap. All right. I'm going to need to get rid of... Here, I'll put the shovels in here. 26 garbage bags. Do I want to keep the sewing kit on my person? I feel like the sort of thing I should use when I want to sew. And I should check and see if I've got any food ready to eat. See, I have that rodent meat fresh, uncooked. Huh. All right. I guess I thought I might have had like a casserole or something in here already. Let's see what we can do. Pot of soup. Let's get into some Get a stir fry. All right, we're gonna work the rodent meat into a. Let's have a bass fillet. And then we'll do a stir fry. Was the bass not? Oh, here we go. Fish fillet. Yep. And just a dash of rodent. Definitely you want some onion with that rodent. A little bit of olive oil. Let's see, what's it got up to so far? I think it's at a number now where I got to make it a little more stocked out. We'll bulk it up with some potato. Never go bass to mouth. 46. Okay, once that cooks up, it's going to be even more nutritious, and then I can eat. It'll be 2 very fulfilling meals worth. So we're going to put that in the old... Turn on the oven. And I think I usually keep a book on me to read. I can't remember what I was in the middle of reading. I'm making a ratatouille. Carpentry already finished. Smelting, I don't think I have stuff to smelt with. Electricity. That's the one I was working on. You know what? Let's read by the oven so we can monitor. I could probably put that crowbar away. Here, let's have a seat. We'll sit on the ground. That's one thing. They've been developing this game for 8 years, and they haven't figured out how to let you sit in a chair. So, one of my little gripes. I would like to be able to sit in a chair. I don't even think there's enough left for me to speed up time here. All I know is as long as you just don't eat the rodent by itself, it's very good for morale. Oh, all right. Let's get this. Get that out. And now I can't remember if should I have washed up before I cooked or before I eat. I didn't think of that. But I know that at the very least, eating with a bunch of zombie blood on your hands is not good for you. You can end up getting sick. But I'm not sure if you prepare the food with zombie guts all over your hands and then you wash your hands before you put it in your mouth, that makes a difference. All right. That's enough. Here, let's sit, have a little sit. 1:50 in the morning. Anything on? News? Probably nothing at this hour. Oh, the fish fillet is still in my bag. Oh, yeah, because oh, hold on. I want to put that away. That's perishable. I forgot because I cut the fillets. They ended up in my inventory. All right, we're going to eat half of this. We're going to be really full. Oh, very tired. Minor pain. I got some painkillers. All right, we'll put the ratatouille back in the fridge. And very, very sleepy. Oh, it's 2 in the morning. Man, I stayed up way later than I was planning to. Why do you only sleep for 3 hours? Minor pain? Dirty bandage. Laceration. We're doing well over all told. Our overall body is assessed at slight damage. So let's just do a little, let's clean our bandages. As long as we're cleaning and we're home, why don't we wash up all of my clothing? You know what I still haven't found? I don't think I found a radio with the emergency channel on it. The main advantage of the emergency channel is each game by default has a one-time within the first couple weeks event where a helicopter comes, and you don't want to be hanging out in your house when it does, because all the zombies will show up there. So you kind of want a heads up of when it's coming. Let's see. Yeah, it's early. Here, we'll sit here. We'll read some electricity for beginners. I need to learn electricity and mechanics. The books only give you a learning bonus. So after I do the learning bonus, I'll start spamming, like, taking apart watches and shit like that. But I want to have that multiplier first. Minor pain. I can deal with minor pain. As long as I don't get a fever. If I get a fever and I start getting nauseous, it might all be over. But the fact that I don't have a fever yet, very promising. I'm a little concerned that I only slept for 2.5 hours and he just woke up like, bah! Afraid I'm gonna, for 30 minutes after I leave the house, he's gonna be sleepy again. Adelie! Yeah, I got these, I got attacked by zombies and I got scratched and lacerated. And it seems like they're healing up, but anytime you take any damage like that from a zombie, there's a chance you're going to get the zombie infection. So, if while I'm still healing from being scratched, you start to get nauseous or sick, other like illness symptoms, that can be a very bad sign. More cow. I've got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. All right, I'm not going to finish this book right now. It's okay, we'll put it in the bag. And then we'll, I think we're going to, did I do carpentry already? Yeah, I did carpentry. I think we're going to grab the mechanics one. Because if you get skilled up in mechanics and electricity, then you can hotwire cars. Otherwise, you can't start a car unless you find keys. All right, let's have a cigarette. Calm our nerves because we're getting a little anxious and on edge. Am I not wearing my glasses anymore? What happened to my glasses? I never intentionally took them off. I mean, they don't do anything. I think they're purely cosmetic. You know what I should do? Is figure out how to make those containers for rainwater. You make like crates with trash bags in them. I'm only aware of it because I've seen them. I'm not sure how to make them. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Jacob Donovan. Is that you have been here knocking around in my closet? You little rascal. You got me. You caught me again. Is it a box? Really? The TV at one volume in another room with the door closed would have made me wake up in 2 hours? That's surprising. Crossbows. Because I thought maybe there would be like a crafting recipe to do that thing. Your yearly checkup? I'm still streaming. As I'm fond of saying, it's every Thursday night. It's my life's mission to never miss a Thursday night. And so far, I haven't missed a single one since 2016, right, Brad? Everyone knows. Oh, there it is. Jar of cabbage. Empty jar, jar lid, cabbage, water, vinegar, sugar. Water, vinegar, sugar. Water, vinegar, sugar. Okay, so water, vinegar, and sugar seems to be the curing. It's like the preserving stuff. I'm not sure where to get jars and lids. Maybe I should. Well, probably you get them by eating stuff with jars in jars. You can't, just like the flavor of bone meal, you can't remember me ever missing a Thursday? Yep, that's right. Never a single one missed in 6 years. What I'm not seeing is how to make those containers to collect water. Seems like that would be a survivalist thing, but that all seems to be like making spears. Campfires, planks. Oh, those are pretty easy to make, actually. Stone axe, stone hammer. A tent. Oh, you need a tarp to make a tent. The Cal Ripken of streaming. Thanks, Brad. Spear with screwdriver. Okay, this is like disassembling. Wow, okay, I'm wasting a lot of the day just looking at this stuff. I can't pause the game and look at this stuff, can I? Oh, I can! I mean, not that I should. It's cheating a little bit. Umbrella. I'll make a crossbow. There's all sorts of converting crossbows. Is there just a craft crossbow? Here's boxes of stuff. Wow, there's so much stuff. This is like really the first time I've stopped and looked at all the crafting recipes. The thing is, you're gonna need to find a way to collect water. Because utilities are going to be shut off. So I'm here right now. Although I am in a town right by a river. So an alternative would be if I could convert one of these buildings up here to a home. I might not need to worry about collecting water. I could also use the water for fishing. So I think maybe that's what we're going to do today. We'll run back up there and we're going to check out what the coast looks like here. The other thing I was thinking of doing is there's a lot of nice houses along here. And so I might want to create a second sort of well-defined house over there so that if the helicopter hits and this place gets overrun, I'll have another place with some shit in it. Oh, it's time to eat. Here, let's have some, painkillers. Where are painkillers at? Why am I carrying around? All right, there's some stuff I didn't put away that I should put away. I don't need to carry all this shit. Like all these wrenches. Padlock. These additional boxes of nails. Don't need to have all this on my person. If I'm not going to have a sewing kit, I probably don't need to bring the thread with me. I have a lighter, so I probably don't need to bring matches. Cigarettes I'm definitely bringing. Oh, the bleach. 1.6. Hold on. Let me see if I could sterilize any of my bandages. Nope. But I think bleach goes in the bathroom. I think that's what I've decided. Rat eating ready. Yep, we're going to finish up our rat casserole, our rat stir fry in just a sec. Oh, this little thing doesn't have a lot of storage either, does it? All right, we'll put the bleach in there. We got an empty bottle you put in there. I do have water, don't I? Yeah, let's drink. And refill that water bottle. Yeah, let's do the orange water bottle. We'll keep that. And mechanics. I think we'll put this in the bag. Mechanics and electricity, yes. I think the cleaning liquid, I think you can use when you're washing yourself. So I want to hold on to those. I like to be able to wash myself when I'm... Because I don't always spend the night at home. So I like to have enough with me so I can sort of do some of the basics, but I don't need to have everything with me. I might need 12 wrenches eventually. All right, now we're going to head out. Anyone move in? The other thing I could do is kind of make this place a little more, like I could fortify the windows. Having all these dead bodies around can be bad for your health, so I could bury them. You can dig graves and bury the bodies. here, since there's really nobody around right now. At least for now, because I've cleared out at least a couple houses. Oh, I didn't eat, did I? What a Nimrod. This is 34 degrees. Now you'll be fine, bro. And maybe I should bring a can of food with me just in case things get sketchy. That stir fry. All right, we'll put that griddle pan in here. Minor pain. We'll have a little more painkillers. We don't want to get out of control with the painkillers, but I also don't like seeing that angry pain face up there. Doesn't make me happy. Let's see, what's a good... Corned beef is a nice calorie-dense can of food to bring along. Put that in the bag. In fact, most of this stuff we'll put in the bag. Oh, I've still got that mouse trap. Here, that should go up in the storage closet. I see no immediate need for a mouse trap. Alright, now we're going to leave again. Now it's 2 in the afternoon already. Man, I wasted literally over half the day. I can't blame oversleeping either. I just couldn't get my shit together. I'm starting to hear little flies and stuff as I walk by these guys. That means potentially I can be sick just from being around. I don't think you can get zombie infection, but you can get sick by being in that environment. Alright, I think we're starting to get into an area that I haven't cleared, so... Yep. Time to be a little more stealthy. Although maybe we should clear... Should I consider clearing a path? I just want to go straight through. Or we got a little closer and see how many there are. I might just start taking out little clumps along the way since I know they're not going to respawn. I'm not in a dense area. Let's get that. There, down. All right, I don't think I need to do a bunch of, yeah, I keep collecting digital watches because they're supposed to be good practice for your electric skill. Do I hear the helicopter? Hot damn. Nope. Operation get the fuck out. All right. Let's change the plans. Stand up. I know I'm running back towards my house, which is non-optimal, but there's some wilderness out here, so I actually want to run out of town. I'm kind of glad I stocked up a little bit on food, that I brought that corned beef with me, because I might I might spend the next day or so in these woods. Okay, zombie. Okay, they're all going in that direction. I hope it's not hovering over my house, and when I try to go back after the helicopter leaves, it's just going to be like a horde. This can get really dicey because they can sort of come out of anywhere at this point. But there's not a bunch of them out here, though, so... Yeah, this one's coming at me. Here, I'll come up here. Oh, I'm tired. Shit. Okay, we need to maybe sit down. What else? Here, sit down. And hope to God no one sneaks up behind you. That little moderate exertion thing. Okay, good. That's gone. You don't want to keep running while that's happening. I think the chopper has left. So I'm going to sneak back towards my house and see if the helicopter drew a horde. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I'm getting a little chilly. But my thing of maybe spending the night in the woods if necessary, probably not good because it's still cold this time of year. It's only March 17th. Oh, I have a suspicion that Dark Jake may be here. I sense presence. Something dark, yet benevolent. The artist presently known as Dark Jake XIII. I blew his cover. All right, well, you know what? It looks like things aren't so bad here. I'm gonna do a once around my house, and now that it's already like 5 o'clock, I don't think I'm gonna continue exploring outside today. I just saw this one zombie over here, because what I actually want to do is go in my house and disassemble furniture. Well, that guy's got like a police baton. Is that any good? Nightstick. Seems kind of legit. A police bulletproof vest? Hell yeah, I'll take that shit. Holster? Yeah, I think I already got holsters. Another pistol. Talons of justice. Hey, Dark Jake, how you doing, man? All right, I'm gonna go around my house to see if there's anything that's clumped up on the backside. Basically, what I want to make sure is if I'm going to start chopping up extra furniture that I don't use, that there's not like a mini horde of zombies just on the other side of the house or nearby that I didn't know was there. It looks pretty clear. I could also bury some of these bodies too. And maybe I'll do that first while it's still daylight out. Just chilling. I get behind that. Am I drowsy? All right, maybe I will turn the TV off. James Baker seems to think maybe that's why my guy only slept 2 hours. Oh, anxious and on edge? Yes, could be time for a cigarette soon. Let's see. We'll put the, we're gonna swap out the crowbar. Can I go in there? Oh, that's full. Oh, I'm gonna have to start making more containers, to be honest. Can I make a storage box? Actually, you know what? I could probably use this. I don't think I use this for anything. This will become Weapons 2.0. Put that in there. And we grab those. I'll get both of those shovels out of here. And so grab one shovel. Put it on my back. I'll grab it in both hands. And equip that on my back. All right. I like what I've done. Here, we'll dig a little grave here. And we'll just start, you know, grab them, put them in. It's not glorious chores in the zombie apocalypse. It's like when you have a dog and you got to pick up the crap. Hold on. Okay, we'll leave all their cloth. You know what? I probably don't need to save all the cloth, do I? I've been removing their belongings in case I need to rip them up for stuff later. You can put up to 5 bodies in one of these graves. Isn't that convenient? There's stuff on the floor. Oops. There, this is what I wanted to do. Strip them. Grab the body. Grab corpse. There we go. Good times. Good times to the Game and Lawyer channel. Bury corpse. Still room for 2 more. And I see 2 more right there. Fairly heavy load. Okay, that's okay. If you carry too much, it actually damages you. I think this is the end. Okay, this is when I'm officially... It's full. It's full now. And there's 5 over here. So let's I'm keeping the back clear for gardening. And I'm going to make a rule that anything on the other side of the fence is far enough away that I don't need to consider it polluting my polluting my living space. You don't need to sanitize the entire world. It's just the place that you occupy. That's how I feel about it. Still no Oh, I'm starting to get hungry again. See if I have any more dead rat in the fridge. I may also be able to take these bandages off. I think I'm completely healthy now. So I'm wondering, all these little, like, are these my clothes ripping? I'm noticing what looks like holes in my pants. But I think my pants are in decent shape. Let me see. Jeans. Well, condition looks like it's about 75%. So maybe I'll be glad I made all these piles of clothes out here. These jeans are in perfect condition. Look, I'll just put those on right now. I even think they're just a little bloody, that's all. There we go. You know, you really shouldn't overlook the tremendous value these clothes. You don't just throw them away or let them rot with the corpses. Why is it making the sound like zombies are coming? All right, there's the last one there. I think there's one more. Here, let's just do this. I think there's room for one more in that grave too. Oh, I can replace my reading glasses now. There we go. There we go. It's like really like a thrift sale out here, you know? It's perfectly good eyeglasses. Don't put those in the grave. Oh, I guess there wasn't room for him. Or there was, and I just clicked the wrong thing. Oh, I'm very tired now. All right. How is this shovel? Shovel's in pretty good condition and does a shit ton of damage. Wonder how overall durable it is, though. I'm gonna hold on to this shovel. The shovel looks kind of badass. It's got more range than my crowbar did as well. All right, let's do a little wash myself before I prepare dinner. Because even though I'm very tired, I still need to eat. And this time we're going to try getting the zombie blood off of our hands before we prepare our meal. These are red framed glasses. I guess that's a look. I don't know. And just a thought just passed through my head. Now I don't remember what it was. You know, I think it's late enough and I'm tired. I'm just going to make a salad. Isn't that a nice thing that I can make? Doesn't involve cooking. Still make use of a lot of the quality ingredients that I have. Let's see. We're going to make I'll have some cheese. And some zucchini. Some olive oil. Carrots. Let's see how we're doing here. A little bit of corn. Ooh, okay, that's a generous salad. Okay, I'm gonna keep adding more ingredients to it. I'm not gonna put uncooked fish into my salad. $39. I will put some pickles in it. 44. And to top it off, a little bit of mustard. Here we go. I didn't just use all my vegetables, right? No. Although I did exhaust some of them. So we'll eat half the salad. And then we'll put the rest of the salad in here for breakfast. I'm going to turn the TV off. Since James, suggested that's maybe why I only slept 2 hours. I'm a little anxious, so I'm going to have, a nice before bed cigarette. That always helps you sleep. Nothing like a little stimulant. Maybe have a cup of coffee and then call it a night. I don't think having the light on or off matters, does it? I tried to look up if it did, and I don't think it does. But you know what? I'm going to turn the light off, too, because I'd really like to sleep more than 2.5 hours. Now, he is a night owl as one of his traits, which means he requires a little bit less sleep normally. So I think he got a full night's sleep. I think we're good. Oh, shit. Which watch is going off? Where? Which watch is going off? Here, I'm just going to put all of them. No? Because when this has happened before, usually you can find one. The thing is, you don't want a watch that's going to have alarms going off. You usually find one where you can turn the alarm off. Anyways. All right, so we're going to begin our day with some television, low volume television. Life and Living channel. Something should come on soon. We're going to read until we get hungry. There it is. Get one of these water bottles out of the bag. Can I just do one? All right, here's what we'll do. I want to have one just out. Oh, I don't need to have this pistol on me either. Hold on, that's not a good idea. It's heavy. That's why I started using this in the first place. Nightstick we're not using right now. Pistol. I think I grabbed a holster too. Here's the holster. Wait, the vest? I thought I was wearing the vest. Oh, is this? Okay. No. I was like, maybe this is the alarm that went off. That away. Wait, I'm still not wearing it. Oh, I've already got one. My stuff I'm wearing is a little bit bloody and stuff too. Maybe I'll do some wash. Let's speed this up. And hopefully by the time I go outside, my clothes will be dry. I had a house with a washer and dryer once, but I used it and it seemed like it attracted zombies. So I wonder if there's a clothesline outside. Can you use the clothesline or is it just decorative? Now I'm curious. Oh, whoops. Hey, buddy, come over here, but the graves are already dug. Here, just come on this way. I got a nice spot for you over here. Here, we're just yeah, this is about right. Oh yeah, that shovel's nice. How quickly, I'm curious how quickly the shovel degrades. Hard to gauge. The crowbar seems really durable. Like the durability doesn't seem to go down very quickly. Wait a minute. Why am I not wearing? Didn't I put on a bulletproof vest? I thought I at least wore one of them. All right, let's go back. And I had 2 bulletproof vests, and one of them was good, and one of them, the one that's on my person, sucks. This was the good one. I think I got confused and put the wrong one away. I'm not gonna... Just washed everything. Here, let's just wash the bulletproof vest. Here, all is well now. We'll put that extra watch that we found in here. Ah, now we're hungry. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to put the water on the ground so I could grab one and put the other one in my bag. Because if you have one bottle like out, you'll automatically drink when you're thirsty. But apparently if you have them both in your bag, you just sit there and get thirsty. All right, we're gonna have finish up that salad. And then we're gonna head out for the day. A little earlier start today than we did yesterday. Put the bowl away from the salad. We're not carrying that around. And we're ready to face the day. So what are those things, those bots? Because I've seen those. I've only started seeing those recently, and I've seen them in other chats that I've been in too. And I don't understand what it is. Like, what's the point of it? Like, what are they gaining by using those bots? They're not communicating anything. Oh gosh, it's getting chilly. Down, stay down. I need to find some people with some decent winter clothing. I think I'm going to skip the black digital watches. I saw 2 more of these guys over here. Oh god, there's a whole bunch of them. Oxfors. Oh god. How many are in here? Have I not been in this house yet? Maybe I haven't. Oh god. You son of a bitch. All right. Let's see. Sweater. I think what I'm wearing is warmer than that. I think I like these glasses better. I like the black glasses like that I've got. That makes me feel better. Leather jacket. No, it's all beat up to shit. Nah. See, is there anything else in here that I want? Oh, these are both good. Soap and vitamins. Oh, I shouldn't be looting. I'm on a recon mission right now. Just note to self, there's some good food in here. Okay, we don't need to look at those guys. So what was the plan? Was it like just to head straight out this way? Yeah, I just noticed a lot of bots doing exactly that thing. And it's like someone's doing them for some reason. Okay, that's not good. If I'd start a new one, I think maybe I'll start in April instead of March this time. March has been a little chillier than I like. Oh, uh-oh. Somebody spotted me. Anyone else seen me yet? This guy saw me now. And hey, Shane Avery. Happy New Year. I think I haven't seen you. Can't remember if I've seen you this year yet. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Playing a little Project Zomboid. Trying to keep my head above water, you know. Eh. Let's see. I wanted to see how my body's doing. Okay, you know what? I want to go inside and try to warm up. I think I hear a zombie in there. Painkillers. Those are good to have. All right. Yeah, there's definitely something going on in here somewhere. Oh, they're outside. And they saw me. All right. That's fine. Looks like there was only a couple of them. Before they can bust the window. Little AoE action with the shovel. That's nice. Ooh, cigarettes. Gotta grab those when they're available. I need to find a furry hat and some mittens. All right, now I'm chilly. So let's go back inside. Tent pegs. Oh! Yeah, let's grab those things. I noticed those in the recipe to make tents, so at some point it'd be nice to have a little... the ability to make tents in case I need to run into the woods and have some kind of a shelter. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever used mittens before. So, and I think I'm strategically going to make this place a little bit secure by closing the windows and stuff, just so that, because where we are, this is the last house on the way to the water. There's some other commercial businesses I'm going to check out, but this would be like a nice spot to take, because I end up sneaking everywhere, so it takes me forever to get anywhere. So this could be a nice spot to launch more explorations nearby. Close curtains. Curtains. Got a little bit of food in here. Yeah, good. Some cooking utensils and some fresh stuff. So insulation. All right, I think my body temperature is pretty much coming back to normal. All right. Wait, did I check the this? I did. I think I did. Yeah, sneakers, who cares? I wouldn't mind grabbing a couple more sheets to just complete the window coverings. All right, we don't need to kill every zombie in town. Oh, we got a window already open here. That's handy. That's not a sign of zombies, because zombies don't open windows, they break them. So TV turned down. Jeez. Now I'm closing all the stuff here. That one's already closed. Maybe there was a survive. Maybe somebody's already gathered some stuff in here. Or they've already looted it. Leather jacket. You know what? Maybe it's time for a new leather jacket. Put that old one in here. Got some gloves. My hands have been cold, so that works. Some gloves. How's that do for insulation? Slight improvement. My chest is so cold. Apparently the jacket doesn't do a whole lot for my chest. Oh, I need to keep an eye out for radios, too. That have the special emergency chain. Well, no, what? I already had the helicopter. Well, I guess the emergency station can give you a heads up about weather and stuff, too. All right. But now I don't want to take the curtains out of here. You know what? I've got to choose one. And actually, I think this one's... Nah. Gonna grab this. Grab this. Although I should unlock the door. Make sure the door is unlocked. In case I ever want to come back in here. And we'll exit through the front door. Was there even a TV in the other house? That could be another deciding factor. If there's a TV in this house. If there isn't, I might just bring a couple sheets over there and set that place up. Oh, there's a TV over here. Okay. All right. Let's continue Operation Explore Town. Definitely coming across some more zombies. Start thinning the herd just a little bit. We catch just like this, like just a couple chilling by themselves. It's sort of worth taking them out. Wonder what kind of crap they have in the postal service. If there's anything in there that could be helpful. Oh, a duffel bag. This can be handy. Put that in our... We'll put the duffel bag in our large backpack. The large backpack's like the best container in the game. Oh, vitamins are good. Wonder if it's open here. Oh, I'm starting to get peckish. I should have eaten at that house that I was just at 5 seconds ago. So, you know what, though? This is an apartment building. But I bet I could scrounge up some food in here. Unless it's a hotel. If it's a hotel, maybe I can't. Nope. I'm thinking this is just a hotel because I'm not seeing any kitchens. Where's the banging coming from? It's from the other one. Nope. Oh, is it this door? I don't know where the banging's coming from. All I know is I'm not getting any food out of here. You know what, since we're literally right by that house, I'm just gonna go back there. Actually, what's this? There's other businesses here. Yeah. I was like, maybe I could find a business with some food in it. Yeah, I like this little place as like an HQ. Let me open the windows. Open and close the windows. Because if the first time you try to open the windows from the outside and it doesn't open, then it's jammed forever unless you break it. But you can always, if you for the first time try to open it from the inside, it'll always open. If you try to open it from the outside first, you can't get it open, then even if you come inside, you can't get it open. Just finished dinner and watching The Good Place with your husband. All right, it's Thursday night. It's like your Thursday night ritual. Come home from work, have some dinner, watch some Good Place, and then hang out at the Gaming Lawyer for a little while. Welcome back, Evie. Let's see. Let's consolidate. That doesn't matter. Consolidate all their goodies. Okay, that's good. I think we got like duplicate stuff. All right, we're gonna do it like this. Grab all this. And then put all that stuff in there. Oh, did I not? Oh, the reading glasses, who cares? I found better glasses that I like more. And then we'll put the foods in here. And now we'll whip out the cooking menu. See what we can prepare any fresh. We'll have avocado and radish. Stir fry. So, for some reason, I feel like it's not going to be extremely satisfying. You see, 18. Nah, that's not good. Maybe we can add some canned sardines. How's that looking? Oh, wow, that really beefed it up. Okay. Nope. No. Hold on. Turn on. Let's have a seat. While we wait, we can read up. What are we doing? Mechanics? Electricity. We'll read up on electricity for beginners. Hey, Food Brother! Fidel Contreras. Call, sir. How you doing, man? And, oh, you started to go back to the gym. It's hard, but you want to lose some weight. That's good. We actually tried to start exercising this week. And we have Fitbits. So I actually looked historically in the amount of days that they counted as us having exercise. And I know we don't exercise every day, but in my mind, I was like, we try a couple times a week's worth of like walking or whatever. I'm not going to say how rarely our Fitbits counted days as having adequate exercise in them, but I will say I was shocked and ashamed. So we're going to try and focus on just at least going for half-hour walks at least 5 days a week. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. How's the food doing? Almost done. You gain weight from consuming so much Huel? Oh. No, there are plenty of days where Huel is the only good nutritional decision I make. When you see me and I've had pizza or something, but I had a Huel shake for breakfast, and like some sort of a Huel porridge for lunch. That first 2/3 of my day is actually very healthy. That stuff's healthy as shit, man. All right. This is still hot. It's a lot of food. But oh my god, I'm so hungry though. Okay. Let's start with eating half of it. I could eat a horse. What did I just eat? I'm still not satisfied. Well fed. All right. It's already getting to be like 7. Maybe I should call it a night in here. I just read my books, chill out. I keep exploring in the morning. I forgot to wash my hands before I ate. Oh well. Maybe we'll go to the house next door and see if they've got any more good eats. Bring it back over here. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I turn the oven off? I don't think I did. Oh, thank fuck I remembered. I heard it like the hum in the background. Like literally if you lose track of time, even for just a little while and leave that on, it can burn the house down. So, whoops. See what they got in the old kitchen. Rotten bread we don't need, but coffee and sugar, that's good. I can't remember exactly what stuff they already have over there, so I'll just take all their kitchen stuff. Ooh, it's heavy. Okay, hold on. Why am I carrying this all in my hands? That's why it's heavy. Sugar in the coffee, into the bag. Soap, cigarettes. Empty tin can I don't need to carry around. Electricity for beginners, as long as I'm not reading it, I shouldn't be carrying that around. Tongs. All right, that's good. What? Candied rat. If I've got some more time to cook. Let's see. There we go. Bring that back over. Oh, wait. Finish closing. There you go. Well, where do these people come from? All right, can't have that. Come on, you guys. All right. I don't suppose anyone's got a woolly hat that I could wear. Why doesn't anyone wear a woolly hat? Oh, it's 8:40 and I'm getting drowsy already. There we go, some light. Get those perishables in here. Why do I have a kettle and a rolling pin in the fridge? Okay, chicken, milk. Here, I don't like that stuff being in there. Let's put that in the cupboard. Oh, there's a separate freezer here. I didn't notice that. No, don't put the milk in the cupboard, you... Okay, the milk goes in the fridge. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we do have some frozen stuff in the freezer. Have they all had freezers and I just haven't been paying attention? Okay. Here, reading glasses. Spare reading glasses can go in there. Yep, I'm totally messing up my organization. This cupboard is for food. And the other cupboard is for cooking utensils. And apparently it's also become a place where I put spare glasses. Gonna grab back one of those can openers though. All right, have we got everything sorted out? I think extra glasses, they just go with the saucepan. The bowl, that can go in there. All right, I think we got it all under control now. I probably should think about. Let's wash up. Then we'll make some dinner, and it's already like 10 o'clock, so we'll make some dinner and then go to bed. We'll start fresh in the morning and investigate what's near the river for a potential, like, maybe a main base site for the long haul. Wait, oh, I still had some food, didn't I? All right, let's reopen that. Stir fry. Yeah, let's make it some chicken stir fry. Wait, do I have anything else to cook with it? It's just gonna be chicken. I guess just chicken. That's a little uninspired. Usually when I think stir fry, I can imagine some other ingredients in there. But it's just gonna be a big old pile of chicken with a side of chicken. Keep reading our electricity for beginners. Agitated, nervous, and jumpy. You know what? Maybe I should have a cigarette. Here, put that away. Stand up. This is just like in real life when I used to be a smoker. I'd put something in the oven and then go have a cigarette and then eat. Good old young smoking security guard G-Law. I wasn't G-Law then. That's when I was putting in applications to G-Law school. All right, now we can keep reading. Well, I'm almost done with this book, huh? Okay, grab that. Turning off. Keep reading a little bit more while the food cools off. Wonder if I should, can I move the map? I just realized you guys can't see the map at all. I think the map lives there. Map is like behind me, right here. There's a little mini map. Thought maybe it'd be like a click and drag, but apparently not. Okay. Here, stop reading. 46. No. Half. Let's eat half. We'll put the rest in the fridge. We'll eat it later. We'll have it for breakfast. We'll get up in the morning and finish that book. Let me see. Is the TV off? Damn, it's noisy. Okay, turn it off. Increase our odds of having a successful night's sleep. And off to Betty bye. Okay, now I've woken up at 2:50 in the morning, panicked. I don't know what caused it this time. Turn the... Just relax. Have a cigarette. Watch that panic. The panic and the anxiety just gonna melt away. No, oh, there we go. See, all better. But now we only slept for like 3 hours. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? All right, well, let's turn this back on. I don't think it makes a difference, but I like to imagine that sitting on the carpet. You know what? Well, I look like a mess. Let's wash up. Let's have a drink. Can fill up our water bottle. We can wash our clothes. Am I still wearing those? Where did my little health box go? Close that. Dirty bandage. Here, we'll let this no, he's really got a lot to clean. I should limit my laundry doing to once a week. Okay, so that's done. Probably my hand's fine. Okay, good. I have no wounds anymore. I did not get infected by the zombies that attacked me in the grocery store. I think I can wash. Why is it dirty? I just washed it. Can I not? How are we doing? Ripped sheets. Just want to check. I have 1 adhesive bandage, 3 regular bandage. Okay, no, I'm still good. I just wanted to make sure that I did have bandages on my person. All right, now we're gonna let's have a little seat. Anything? Let's turn on life and living. I think it's too early in the morning. It's 4:30. It's probably nothing on anywhere. Breakout or electricity for beginners. Maybe we can finish it up. Because we want to hang out here till we get hungry and till it gets a little lighter out so we can see what the hell we're doing and if there's zombies. I'm hearing some zombies out there. Could be like a mini horde walking by. Sometimes they just randomly will move through areas. Oh, I finished my book. Okay, stop it. I should still hold on to the book because I want to deposit it. I want to deposit it at a... Well, this place is kind of like a base. Nah, this is like an outpost, though, isn't it? Even though I don't need the book anymore. In case I die and I decide I want to create a new character on the same save, I want to be able to have those books to study later. Are there any... I don't have any watches, do I? I'm curious to see what's going on. I heard the zombies from the right. I don't know what's going on out here. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, God. I think that was all of them. Is there any more? There's a digital watch. There, that'll keep me busy for a minute. Now that I finished my book on electronics, I can start disassembling watches in my spare time. I still want to hang out here until I get hungry. Oh, that was quick. Can I use scrap electronics for anything? I'm gonna hold on to them. I'm not sure if I think I can. Here, let's start reading mechanics for beginners now. Electrical. So there's a lot of dismantling. All the electrical stuff is dismantle, dismantle, dismantle. Huh. All right. I'm not sure what you make with scrap electronics, though. But ultimately, you want to learn like mechanical and electronic stuff. The main reason is for cars, because all the cars you find have certain things that are all beat to shit. But you can take off stuff from one car and put it onto another once you've gained some skills. So you can like rebuild. You can scavenge cars for the parts that are good, and then bring them back to like your main car, and fix it up. So that's the end game when it comes to why I'm interested in getting good at electronics and mechanics. You make gunpowder. Oh, from bullets. Okay. All right. There's the hunger. To me, that means it's officially time. Why do I have... Why am I carrying tongs? All right. Gotta put the tongs away. I don't need tongs. And we're just going to eat the rest of this. That would be good to keep exploring the city. Good stuff. Okay. Just put away that griddle pan. And I think we're good to get out of here. Yeah. All right. Let's skedaddle. $27, huh? What was over here? Oh, there's a food mart over there, and all the zombies are gone. Might take a peek in there. They let you try to open these windows, but I don't think that's like a thing. Where'd they go? There. Oh, fuck! There's like a whole little mini horde here. I haven't checked the status of my shovel in a while. Wow, okay, that worked out. Whew. Shovel. Ooh, shovel is down to like 30%. All right, so, and now it's time. Now that's the reason why I was using a crowbar before. Jacket, scissors, butter knife. I'm interested in checking out with these guys. You go plush. I may just end up needing to break some windows here, but it'd be nice if I could just open some doors without breaking anything. Oh, great. Yeah, the furniture place. That's the only place I'm not going to loot. Just going to stuff a couple chairs and a dining table in my pants. Anything good in the... I mean, I guess this is... There's plenty of things to sleep on, so I could crash here at some point. What I got in this little room up here? Is it like a display room? Alright, I don't know what that room is for. I don't think I need anything here. I'm just curious to see what they've got in here. I'm a little scared to open this door. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Gutsy. There could have been like anything out here. Alright, there's a few out there. A few up there. they're not really in the way of where I want to go, so we'll leave them alone for right now. I'm gonna see if any of the back doors are open for these businesses. Kind of disappointed. Eventually, you can learn to pick locks. I don't know. I don't know if you have to have a criminal background to do that or not. But for now, I'm not going to break anything. I guess if I could break some of the windows to get in. I was kind of curious to check out the sporting goods store. Because they probably have some... They could have, like, crossbows and shit in there. And you know what? Fuck. Ooh, wait. Son of a bitch. I injured myself. I should have had a weapon out, huh? Why did I use my bare hands? Damn, stupid. All right. We'll use the shovel. No, use the shovel to remove the glass, you moron. Okay. So did I draw anything to me? All right, that was dumb. All right, well, I guess first let's just make sure there's, before we start browsing. Good. See what we got. Box. Balls. Empty boxes. Tennis racket. I mean, I think you could use a tennis racket as a weapon, but... Was that it? Okay. How much? Yeah, tennis rackets don't hardly do any damage. Baseball bats, though. Whew, I'm gonna take both of those. I think I'm gonna swap out the shovel. How much do they weigh? Yeah, I'll grab both of them. They're going straight into my bag, and I'll equip one of them. With both hands. And then... let's get that shovel, or let's make the bat be on our back, and we'll put the shovel in our large backpack. There we go. Okay. All right, baseball is pretty good. Baseball bat. That alone was worth coming in here for. Let's see what we got on the shelves. Helmets. Ooh, a riding helmet. Yeah, I'll put that right on my face. Is there any all right, so the bicycle helmet gives you a little bit of insulation, but this is a ton of bite defense. Just put that on. Yeah, there. Now we look. That's right. That's good. Lacrosse stick, hockey stick. There. Yeah. T-shirts. So they literally mean like baseball and basketball, not hunting. I was hoping sporting goods would involve things for hunting, but apparently not. Anything in here? What they've got? Oh, cool. It's completely pointless, but I want to have a fedora. So if I'm feeling sassy, I can dress up like Indiana Jones. Can I disassemble one of these? Nah. Should I go shoot some hoops, Brad? And I think that this was the only... There's that place that has food, but there's enough food around for the moment that I'm not super intent on. Let's see. I should be checking more cars, too. Except not now. I was supposed to be checking... I want to find some cars with gas. Some of them might even have keys in them. No key found. No key for this car. Well, at least I can get into the car if I want to, but I can't drive it. That doesn't help. Well, screw that. I'm going to keep working on my electronics, maybe learn to hotwire. Then I'll get serious about a car. All right, so I think ideally I want to see what this building is. I want to check out buildings that are right by the water. So I might be able to make use of a pre-made structure to act as a base. Oh, this was the postal service. Oh, and they got a door open. Let's unlock that. All right, anything could be in here. Oh, good night, Meg Eva 7. Thanks for hanging out. You want to say good night, and then you conceived the plan and you executed the plan. I like the follow through. But it just occurred to me, like, the postal office could have a ton of undelivered packages. There could be anything in here. Okay, nothing in these. Gotta be careful, because it could also be zombies behind any one of these doors. Paper. Okay, this room is kind of useless. Just checking to make sure there's no zombies. Oh, there's an upstairs here too? Oh, there's a little kitchen? Shit, I wasn't... Oh, there's nothing. I go across the street to the food mart and stock up there. Maybe get some... I don't know if this would be a great base, but part of me is now thinking like, oh, this could... Got water. Cleaning supplies. Ooh, more cigarettes. Gotta grab them smokes. I'm starting to get hungry. Maybe I should break into that. Well, I'm still literally right across the street from the house where I slept. All right, I think that's zombie music. I'm hearing zombie sounds. Matches. Let's grab the matches. After all, we don't want to run out. Oh, son of a bitch. All right, we're going to open it up so that you can come in without breaking the window. that didn't go quite the way I had hoped. I was just out there. There was no one there before, so hopefully there's not, he's just not the tip of the iceberg of some horde that's wandered into the neighborhood. Let's see, let's see trash bags. Let's close these curtains. All right, well, whatever might be out there, I think we're safe from them right now. Now we can go through the post office. Well, actually, I'm going to need to get some food. So, well, let's unlock. Oh, that was unlocked the whole time? Can I look in here? In these? No. Apparently, there's nothing of value in P.O. boxes in the apocalypse. All right, and that's back to the storage room. Couple of trash cans. I think I've already got this recipe book, but I'm gonna grab it. And yeah, literally this is the house. Although I don't have a ton of food in there. So actually I think I am going to break into the Nourish Food Mart. Can I just use the weapon to break the window this time, maybe? You think? Speaking of which, I wasn't monitoring my bandage. Oh god, it's infected. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's a problem. Okay. That's a bunch of rotten baked goods? Okay, great. I thought it sounded like it was going to be a health food store, but it's all cakes and donuts. Okay, there's some here's some good stuff. Ham. Fresh. Chicken foot. We'll see if we can make a casserole out of that. Maybe you mix chicken foot with some rat and it makes you happy. Okay. Be nice if I could find some vegetables to mix in with all this meat. Live in a bathroom and make a bed out of rotten baked goods. Oh, right, and that would attract the rats. It'd be like a, self-renewing resource. All right. Well, I think I'm going to have a lot of double meat casseroles back at the house. Sponge, not helpful. What I could... it's probably too late. What would be nice if I could find a pharmacy. Extinguisher. Ooh, some flour. Sugar, vegetable oil. Have a rolling pin, or I'm gonna grab the rolling pin. That way I can make bread. Ooh, some pie dough. All right, let's grab all this. Lemon, lime, fruits. This place was definitely about making cakes. Hey, welcome back, Keith. How you doing? How you doing, my friend? Just unlock this. We don't need to open it. All right, stand up. Put that away. Getting drowsy, huh? Called Survivalist. I think I know that. I think I've seen that one. I don't know a lot about it, but I've seen it. I might even have it from one of the sales. Did Epic Store give that one away at one point? I want to say I got it from either a Humble Bundle or the Epic Store. Yeah. It looks more like RimWorld art style, right? Is it one of those games? It's got that kind of RimWorld or what are the other ones? Prison Architect. Oh god. It's time to drop off, but I might need to look for some of these other houses. I don't think I've picked up antibiotics anywhere. Put matches in there. What did I pick up? The roller. That was it. I think I got some dry foods. Sugar, vegetable oil. Pie dough, I'm going to imagine needs to be refrigerated, so I'm going to put that in. See, here's all the perishable. Oh, I got a ton of perishables. You control a lot of survivals and build a community. Okay, yeah, I've seen that, and if I recall, it's like a well-liked game. Like it looked like had a pretty positive community score. Maybe should the meats go up in the freezer? I'm not sure. I just started thinking about freezers for the first time. All right, let's see what we can make because we're getting hungry. Cooking. I can cook a spiked baseball bat. I think they do more damage, but then they make you get bloodier. So I might just stick with my regular bat. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff that I can make. No vegetables. We're gonna make a bacon, chicken, stir fry. Let's see. 27. We'll put one more little thing in there. Maybe some vegetable oil. So it doesn't, it's not dry. And maybe a little more steak. Well, steak, period. Ooh, that's going to be like almost too filling. All right. So we'll put that in there. Turn that on. And I think I'm going to start disassembling some furniture. Oh, can I not disassemble? Oh, I need a saw. I don't have a saw here. Gosh, I forgot. I've got all my tools are back home. Here, I'm going to clean up myself. Nope, stop that. Not all your clothing. You don't have time for that. You're going to burn the house down. I'm getting pretty tired, too. Got that infection, though. It's no good. I think it's too late to sterilize it, too. Like, if I had, like, bleach or other stuff. We're just gonna have to write. I think as long as I got that from broken glass, which means it's not the zombie infection. So as long as it somehow doesn't get worse, I should be fine. It's just gonna take longer to heal. I think that's how it works. So I don't know. I think infections can develop complications. So. Oh gosh, it's like not even 6 o'clock. My dude's tired. Did he have one of those nights where he slept for 2 hours and he woke up terrified? Should have smoked more cigarettes. Okay. Got dirty bandages. I can clean the bandages. Half? Yeah, we're gonna go half. A quarter is not gonna fill us up. Half might be overkill. I packed a little bit too much into this thing. Full to bursting. Is that a Monty Python art? I couldn't manage another single solitary bite. Is that a Monty Python quote from Meaning of Life? Or am I just the dude that he does take the one more bite and he explodes? Okay, we'll put the stir fry away. And he's pretty tired. You don't want it's early, but you don't want him going out with reduced awareness. That's not good. So maybe we can chill out in here and read. Now sit down. Here, read some more well, not electricity, mechanics for beginners. That's what we're working on now. Speaking of getting tired, I am getting I'm a little bit tired. I think it's it may be time to wind down. Last week on Thursday I ended up staying up too late, and I don't know if that contributed to it. I woke up I thought I was sick on Friday last week because I had a headache and a sore throat, and I was like coughing and but I think it was later we realized it was probably because there was a ton of wind blowing up all the allergens around here. But I felt rough enough last Friday that I actually called off of work. So I don't blame, I stayed up too late streaming and that's what did it, but it is making me want to be a little more I have an interview tomorrow, so I don't want to shortchange myself tonight in any way if I can avoid it. So let me see. Let's see. Oh. Here. Let's quit. Get out of here. Yeah. There we are. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I have an interview tomorrow. So I don't need to disappear in 5 seconds. That game is everyone quiets down during that game too. So anyway, we have a little debrief here. But yeah, I had there's a supervisor position that's opened up, and there's 2 layers of interviews. So, and we're not going to know for a few weeks. They haven't even posted the job listing, but people who are on my team, they're already accepting resumes and starting interviews. So I had an interview a couple days ago with supervisors with the management, and then tomorrow is an interview with because there's 2 layers. There's a couple other supervisors, so our team has multiple supervisors managing different they split our team is large. So they split it up so each supervisor manages like, 5 or 6 attorneys. And then we've got like managers above them. So. Oh, damn. Thank you, Keith. Happy New Year's, and I appreciate that. Yeah. Definitely, it's not a slam dunk like that. Oh, I'm going to get it. Because I don't know who else is applying. I know that there are a lot of people that I work with, and they're really, smart and stuff like that. So I don't want to get ahead of myself and assume anything, because there's some part of me that wants to just be like, man, I'm gonna get it. I think I'm gonna get it, but let's not put our eggs in the basket yet. But yeah, so definitely luck is still at play because there are factors that I don't know about. So, but I do know that at least I think there's going to be 3 supervisors, and at least 2 of them have repeatedly told me that how great a supervisor they think I'd be. So, that also doesn't guarantee anything, but it definitely helps. When the people who will be your peers think you fill that role well. But, who knows? During an interview, maybe it'd be like a Step Brothers scenario where we're talking and then I get quiet for a second, and then just there's a loud 25-second fart as I just stare at them in the eyes. And then they're like, you know what? Now I'm thinking the Star Trek background's kind of fucked up. Oh, God. So, yeah. I'm not someone who super likes doing interviews, but it's a little different than interviewing, like, because I've been in places where I was either unemployed or underemployed and looking for work, and those interviews you feel like you're under a lot of pressure. So I'm in a state now where it's like I've passed up applying for this position before because I already liked what I was doing, and it's just like now I'm feeling. It's almost like I feel like they might need me more as a supervisor now, so I want to fill that role more than I did. So, because we lost a couple of our veteran supervisors over the last couple months. It's the least he could do for all he does, and the times the streams. All the times that the streams have helped you. Well, now that makes me feel good for knowing that I've been that for you. I'm glad that my streams have helped you. So, that's very nice to say. It's funny, I just do, this is something that I just do every week, but I know, it can be just having a regular, stable presence through all that. I think of all the change that's happened in my life in the past 6 years since I've been, streaming. And, a lot of there's people that I've lost, of my dad, and, I've moved, I've changed jobs. So much has changed in my life since I've met you guys. And it's still, every Thursday. Now, I may have claimed that I haven't missed a single one. I might have missed one here and there, possibly, maybe. But, just, you guys have been a stable, thing in my life, which is nice, and doing this and hanging out with you guys. So, yeah. And maybe soon playing some Dungeons and Dragons. I'm playing with my other group. My high school group on Saturday. So that's tomorrow's gonna be busy. I'm gonna go to work, do my interview. I haven't really had time to focus on my planning for my D&D session on Saturday, so I think tomorrow night's gonna be about doing that. Brad, you've helped me a great deal. I do appreciate that. So by lovingly hating a lot of the games I play and making fun of the food that recently, especially the manner in which I choose to sustain myself. But, I can tell it's always with love. So, at the end of the day, even if you make fun of my Huel, nope, I don't think you'll be done with Huel until I am, and then maybe not even then. If there's a point at which I'm like, yeah, I think Huel is played out. And then it'd just be years later, you'd still be like, Huel, making fun of me. Remember when you were into Huel? You sucker. Just the typical consumer who's like, oh yeah, I'm on Facebook and I saw an advertisement, then I bought it because I saw an advertisement. Yep. That's why they're collecting all that data all the time. So they just flash something up on the screen and I'm like, I'll buy that, put it in my mouth. It's kind of gritty. I don't know, but the advertisement assures me it's delicious. That'd be the last laugh, Brad. That's dark, man. I'm just picturing me coming to having a stream and just being like completely like debilitated and bearing my soul that like, yeah, my intestines are ripped. The doctor said it. Well, I don't want to get into why, but they ripped pretty bad and I'm struggling right now. And then Brad's like, I know what happened. Cracking up. Evie, you love my streams because I always make you feel special. You love watching the live streams. There's something about your streams that always speaks volumes to me. Well, I appreciate that, and I think it very well could be because you are special when you come in here. I point that out a lot too. That you're like really the first person that ever hung out on my streams. That wasn't just someone that showed up for 5 minutes and then never came back. Back when I had like 11 subscribers. So that all by itself is very special. And the fact that here we are, it's like almost 6 years later and I still see you all the time. That's really cool. And I get to hear all the stuff in your life too, and your new jobs and getting married, and you've had so much happen since I've known you. You like really have sprung into being a full-fledged real grown-up. I mean, you were an adult ever since I met you, but you became like, I think your 20s is when you transition to being like, oh, wow, now I'm actually adulting and grow. That's when you do a lot of your growing up. That's been cool to watch. Yes, Brad's just been here. So Brad, for the first 5 years when there was no house flipper, were you just being, you know what, someday they're gonna make a game about flipping houses. And I just have a feeling he's gonna stream it. So I'll stick around. I'll wait and see. Oh no, okay, sleepy. Oh, and my personality. Oh, that's nice, Brad. I appreciate that. Yeah, from working at the frozen yogurt shop to being married and enjoying life more. Yeah, lots happened. So, yeah, lots happened for I'm sure a lot of us, even if, not everyone details everything in their lives that happens. But like, I know Brad, you've moved at least once since I've known you, and we all go through stuff. Our lives change, surroundings change, people around us change, the things we're doing change. I know I'm overall, aside from the fact that I think I've been sitting on my ass too much with the pandemic, there's some work I need to do on that. Like my health, my overall health, I probably need to worry about a little more. Because working from home is not probably been like the best thing for me to never have to leave to go to work. But yeah, my life's a lot better now. Like when I met you guys, I was doing that work that I was doing, and it was kind of unsteady, and the pay was steady in the sense that I always had work, but the amount and how much I was getting paid dipped a lot. So I was under a lot of stress, and I always felt like I needed to find better work. Yeah, it wasn't until we moved here, so I'm super happy that I found it's still, Portland's a little pricey as far as like nationwide averages go, but it's a lot better than Los Angeles. So, like, we're living in a much nicer place than we were before, and like our little apartment in LA would cost more than this place if you tried to rent it right now. And this place is like a lot nicer than that. And so just that day-to-day quality of life is better, and the job, and we're not worried about money anymore the way we used to be. It's just nice. That was a big transition for me. Oh, when I started streaming and thinking about, do I want to try to make this a source of income, which I never knew if I was comfortable with that. And then ultimately I think I decided I wouldn't want to be in a position where I made my living off of YouTube or streaming. I wouldn't want that to be like, oh, if things took a turn with my stream, I won't be able to pay rent. That's not ever. So yeah. But yeah, here we are, 6 years later. You've been hanging out with one of your friends more. You've seen him a lot in the past few months. You feel your bond has grown a lot. We hung out in your house, seen movies. Oh, cool. All right. Well, what's that? From Pandicus. For the $5 saying that I'm wonderful. Thank you so much. That's a wonderful thing to say. With $5 no less. Especially after I just finished saying I'm not here for the money, but I still like money, and I like that. Appreciate that. 2022, you guys. I started streaming in Eevee was 2015. Holy crap. I keep saying pushing 6 years. It's been over 6 years. This is going to be 7 years. 2015. November 2015, Eevee. Holy shit. Why did you just now get a notification? Well, that's how it works. I always get people show up during the see you next time. Thanks for watching screen. It's one of the most popular features of my channel. I think it's the pure imagination music and this magical background. It might arguably be better than the gameplay portion of my stream. This is actually the good part. You brag about watching so long for your friends and family. Yep, and I even got you into some of the shows that I watched, like IT Crowd. I remember talking about IT Crowd when I was playing. I can't even remember that I was playing that horror game, and I was talking about IT Crowd. And then you watched it, and then you got like your family to watch it. Like, I still watch IT Crowd sometimes. Good stuff. Brad, you always tell your family you bought a shirt. Well, you know what though? Evie bought a shirt for me, and she actually got it. She had a picture she posted. So I just didn't want you to get one, Brad. So I called China, and I was like, "Hey, China, yeah, there's gonna be a G-Law tank top arriving in your country soon for a Brad Pritchard. Yeah, no, that'd be great if you could intercept that and just not deliver it to him. Oh, sure, you guys want someone can wear it. You do whatever you want with it." What a grift. If I decide to check out Survivalist, you recommend second edition. It's called Survivalist Invisible Strain. And this one you could easily play with viewers. Oh, it's a multiplayer? Oh, okay. Okay, so you're subbed and you got the bell, but you got a notification, but you only got it right now. I don't really know how it works either, but yeah, I'm sorry that you weren't able to be here sooner. But I hope you don't think I'm disappointed in you for not showing up until now. But yeah, that is frustrating though. If you're trying to set it up to make sure that you get notified and that it doesn't happen. The other thing that I've been doing too is I've been posting it in my Discord. I just started doing that within the last Madros, if he's probably asleep by now. There's one particular person that's like, I never get your notifications, so just post a link in Discord. And so I've been doing that every single stream, posting in my Discord. And then some people, they find out that way because YouTube is so unreliable. Now your brother's always quoting something off of T-Crowd. me and my wife are always like, the one probably I quote the most is the line from Roy, where he's like, "People, what a bunch of bastards." So, because we both work from home now, so if we're frustrated, we'll walk. We have different our office is in a different room. One of us will walk out, just go, "People, what a bunch of bastards." Of course, at work, I'm using IT Crowd all the time, because we chat in like a Teams chat where you can post GIFs and memes and stuff, and so when people are having trouble with their computers and stuff, I'm always posting Roy on the phone. Have you tried turning it off and on again? And then when things are getting crazy, I like posting the one with where Moss is sitting at his computer typing, and there's fire right next to his desk, and he types. He looks over at the fire and stops for a second, and then keeps typing, and then it's like stops. It's like, "What? There's a fire." Yeah, that's what Floyd. It seems like that's worked for some people better than YouTube. So I don't do a ton on my Discord, just so you know. I don't make heavy use of my Discord in any kind of regular way, but I have made a habit of posting my stream link every week when I'm starting. Like during the first minute, because when I first start my stream, I'll do the
military blockade.
Yeah.
The message is clear.
I do the trailer.
Is contained. I repeat, the Nox event is.
And while the trailer's going in the background, I'm here grabbing the link for the stream that I just started and pasting it in Discord. So that pops up right away. And when other players are not present, or the character functions an NPC, that's a cool way of doing it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll have to take a closer look at that game, because I know I've just seen it a few times, but I haven't taken a close look at it. I'm pretty sure I own it. I'm fairly certain that I own it. Or is there a second? I don't know if I own the second one, though, if there's two of them. Okay. Yeah, we're pushing 11 o'clock. I do need to go because I do have my interview in the morning, so I need to wind down. You know how energized and excited I get hanging out with y'all. That happens. This actually does. I was talking with my wife about this. Of course, now I'm not leaving. Just continuing to not leave. like every Thursday, it's that point in the week of my like working that I'm coming up on the weekends, like rolling towards the last day on fumes, getting through to the end of the work week. And for some reason, it's like Thursdays getting out of work, I'm just tired. And every Thursday, the first thing I say to my wife is like, oh, I'm so tired. I don't know if I'm going to stream. I'm just tired. I just want to be quiet. I'm tired. And she's like, you say that every week. And then every week when you stream, as soon as you start streaming, you have fun. I was like, that's true. It's true. It happens every time. And she always reminds me every time. I'm like, I think I'm just going to, I don't know if I'm just going to be quiet tonight. Let's just watch Netflix. Quiet. He's like, well, she doesn't go, no, you have to stream. But she always says, you say that every week, and every time when you stream, you end up having fun. So. Did it just take some drugs to relax for my big interview? No, I know you're just kidding. I'm not like super anxious about it. It's just like, I'm looking forward to it being done. So, because this position has been open 4 different times. And the first time I didn't apply because I just started the job, and there were other people on the team that had been there longer that knew the job a lot better that I assumed were applying, and I thought I would much rather them be the supervisor. Things will work much better if one of them or both of them are supervisors. The second time that I applied, I was not as convinced that they had a good candidate pool. So I was sort of happy where I was, but I sort of didn't really want to be a supervisor because I've been supervisor in other jobs, other companies. I've been in a supervisory role cumulatively for several years. And I don't always want to be a supervisor. I don't like a promotion just for the sake of being a promotion. And when you're a supervisor, there's certain extra responsibilities that, like, sometimes just like, I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't want to discipline people who are not performing. I don't want to be having to like watch and monitor stuff, and there's a lot of stuff about being a supervisor that for me is not super fun. The stuff that I do like is being able to support people and to be a resource for people and to help people do better and that sort of thing. And that's a lot of what being a supervisor is too. And I love those things. And so I got in a position in my job where I was sort of able to do that in my role, and the role that I was developing just as a regular, what I was, a project attorney, without having, where it's like, oh, but if someone screwed, I do QA. So it's like, I help people and give them feedback on how to do a better job. But if there's something like, if it's like someone's really screwing up bad, I'm not the one that has to take them and sit down and be like, all right, what's going on? Like, is this for reals right now? But the one time that I did apply before, I basically said, I don't really want the position. This was like, I shouldn't, and basically the feedback they gave me later was, you shouldn't apply if you don't want it. You shouldn't, because I said the reason I'm doing it is because I have a greater interest in making sure that I'm serving my best role at this company. And I like the role that I have now. But I kind of didn't know who else was applying for supervisor. And there were definitely people that I was like, that I know had applied before that I think not to be judgmental, but there are people that would not be good at that job. And that if they were my new supervisor, I'd be like, oh, this is going to be a nightmare. So I was just like, hey, I have years of supervisory experience. I know the job well. I don't super duper want to be a supervisor, but I want to make sure that if you need someone that can be a supervisor, you have someone that can do that for you. And it turns out they found someone who was ended up being great. But so they basically said after that, if you don't really want to be a supervisor, that's the reason we just as soon as we learned that, we just that was like a disqualifier for you to be a supervisor. And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. And then the next time it came up, I didn't even apply because I was even more into what I was doing. So, but I did do that panel interview before with the other supervisors, and it was a little more stressful than I was expecting because these are all people that you already work with, you know? And I have a great rapport with the people that I work with, and I have a great rapport with all of my supervisors and everything. But something happens when you step into an interviewing setting where everything becomes a lot more formal, and it's almost a little weird that all these people that are like I've been working with in some case for a year or 2 years, depending. I'm usually there longer than a lot of, at this point, I've been on the team longer than any of our supervisors by a long shot. So yeah, but they've all been on the team for in various amounts for a month. Well, like one guy is pretty new. He came from another part of the company. But like the other two supervisors I've worked with already for like a year and a half. So yeah. And so all of a sudden when it's like they have to ask you those interviewee questions, it just feels weird. Like, you know, why do you think you would, what are the key, you basically they're asking, and they have to, it's part of doing an interview, but it's all of a sudden weird being evaluated, like kind of scrutinized, like asking those questions. And it's like, I don't like those interviewed questions. I know you got to, that's how you got to do it. But it's like, what qualities do you think can you give us an example of a time that, you know, you've had to discipline an employee and how did you handle it? It's like, I don't like bringing that, like talking about that stuff. Because ultimately, like, I've been a supervisor before, but that's the stuff I always didn't like. So, and I don't know if I was there. I didn't have to discipline people that often, truth be told. So, and I know a few times when I did, it didn't go so well. I don't know if it was my fault or their fault, but people don't like it. People don't like it. So they want to get real, like some examples of when you discipline people, and it's like, we talk about something else. Like I made I made them cry. The person didn't like, whatever. What's your greatest week? I had one person that I was probably too lenient on, and eventually I put my foot down. It was a long time ago. They were doing something that I'd warned them about not doing, and I'd warned them a few times, and I think they thought I just never was going to do anything. And it wasn't a huge thing, but it was enough to where it's like, hey, if I'm asking you to do it like 4 times now, not to do that thing, and you're still doing it, and me just telling you not to do it isn't doing it, then I'm gonna, write you up. And yeah, so I wrote her up, and apparently she went to my boss and made some big case that it was all discriminatory, and I let everyone get away with everything except for her. And it was just like, that was not exactly true. So as far as it was when I was working as a security guard, and we worked the grave shift, and I knew that people would sneak like books and stuff in, and my realistic thought was, as long as they're paranoid about like being like, oh, they're comes supervise, like if they're doing it but they're paranoid about doing it and don't want to get caught, then I might be aware that they have some books. I'm not going to crack down on them. But this person worked in a lobby, a public facing lobby, and she would play solitaire and have it laid all across the desk in the middle, and it's like, yeah, not many people around at 2 a.m. But that was something where I saw that, and I would let her get away with, like, if she had a book or something down, or she was writing, she liked to journal and stuff. And that's all stuff that probably the people above me, strictly speaking, would not want people doing anything that wasn't the job. But you go hours where nothing happens. It's like, oh, well, they should be reading the procedure manuals and do all. It's like, it's realistically, come on, let's be real, right? No one's gonna reread the same 40-page procedure manual 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, right? Well, probably now they're not even allowed to carry their smartphones around with them. I'm gonna guess at that job now, all that shit's confiscated. You don't carry it with you. You're probably not allowed to have it, and if they even know you have it, then there you get the axe. That's what I'm guessing. That's the direction that kind of mentality goes. But I had a, you know, and so maybe that means I was too lax. Like, because I know there are people above me that, but I think that people above me were probably the same way. Like, they would act like, don't let me catch you if you're reading or whatever. But they know. They want to make sure if you're doing it, that A, you don't look like to the customers and the client, everyone else, you don't look like you're goofing off. And that you're super vigilant about when people are coming, especially when you're in a public space like that. When people are coming, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, okay. You know, you're not like just totally in the middle of some huge game on your desk, and it's not okay. So I caught her with solitaire. I don't know. I might have just called her with a solitaire once. And I said, that is not okay. There's a lot. If you do things that people walking into the lobby can't tell you're not working, then I'm not going to have a problem with that. But you have to look like you're working, because for hours, nothing's happening, you know? So your job is just, as a security person, literally is to be a visual deterrent during those hours. That's my attitude. They're fulfilling the role, even if they are working at just journaling or whatever. If they look like they're there being a security person, guarding their shit, as far as I'm concerned, they're doing their job. So, but yeah, then a week later or whatever, I walk in and she's got the solitaire all spread out all over the desk again. And I think she just thought like, oh, you know, because he lets people do stuff and he's not gonna get it. And I was like, no. I think I waited to the third time. I might have waited for the third time I caught her doing it. And that's when I did the write-up. And she was like, she reported me. And I almost could have got in trouble. So, and what happened was I hadn't submitted the write-up to the people above me yet. And she refused to sign it too. I mean, it's all sorts of stuff where, and the reason I didn't is because I was afraid they would fire her. I didn't want, she'd been there for years, and for the most part was good. And it's hard to get people that are willing to work an 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. and they're going to show up 15 minutes early every single day and almost never call in sick. So in my mind, like she had a lot of value for just being someone that would always show up, and she did do the job aside from the goofing off part. But yeah, that's like, and that's 20. That's like, yeah, it's 20 years ago now, and I still, when I think about, oh, how would you discipline people? Give us an example of how you disciplined people on the job. and like, that's the first thing that pops into my head. I'm like, holy shit. And, you know, I liked that person. I like all the people I work with. You don't want to be in a situation where you've got to be laying down law on them. And you know, that's not fun. And so that's one of the main reasons why I'm not like super like, oh yeah, I want to move up and be a supervisor and whatever. I'd rather move up and to other things like doing the QA stuff. That's moving up. Quality assurance, supervising like the quality of the work product on the team. And so that's like moving up in a different direction that doesn't involve disciplining people. There are lots of places to move up in our company that don't involve disciplining people. Go home, come back tomorrow night. I'll cover you personally. So I don't know if I would go that far, but yeah, definitely if you're laying out the she and like she just was not, she wasn't a very bright person. All right, I'm just gonna say it. She was not a very bright person. Like, just didn't have good judgment. I think she really didn't understand what the difference was between reading a book and playing solitaire all over the desk. Like she didn't register why one was appropriate and one wasn't. Even though I tried to explain it to her. She asked me once, she started getting into like painting. And she's like, "Can I bring my painting here and paint?" And I'm like, "No." I'm just picturing like paint on her uniform, like paint drips all over the ground on the lobby desk. Oh, good Lord. Why would you even remotely ever think to even ask me if that's okay? Oh, no. What? How's that going to be inconspicuous? At the lobby, you're painting. It's like, what's inconspicuous about that? How does that look like you're doing your job? Your job is to watch the lobby. Anyways, so, and aside from that, I haven't really supervised here. I've done a lot of training. I've trained a lot of people, and I've monitored a lot of people's work product and given them feedback and training on like stuff that they need to do differently. And it's usually just during a learning period. That stuff is not the same as like you're in trouble. So I consider that more like helping people. That's, you know. But yeah, so that's probably the my weak spot about. And you know what? I don't think any really good supervisor enjoys that part of the job. And if they do, they probably should. If you're someone that wants to be a supervisor because you want to discipline people, you're like, get off on it. You probably not. You shouldn't be a supervisor. That's a bad quality for someone who's going to be in charge of other people. I like exerting authority on people because it brings me joy. When they cry, I just get a little spring in my step. Anyways. Okay. Now it is after 11. Oh yeah, it's the 11 o'clock is officially the shushing hour. So it's time to wrap up, guys. Yeah, thanks for listening to my weird prior supervisor stories. And thanks for wishing me luck tomorrow. And yeah, it's really one of those things where if I don't get it, I'm not gonna be crushed about it, but I am at this point like, damn, I'm practically almost a supervisor already. So. Anyways. Yeah, shitty supervisor. The beloved shushing hour. Get shushed, bitch. We will definitely get a lullaby because I know you probably all worked up and excited about my my supervisor stories. Solitaire, the painting question. It's all very stimulating storytelling, and you're all amped up. It's like you just had a Jolt Cola. For those who know what a Jolt Cola is, I don't know if they exist anymore. We're gonna bring it down now, right? No shushing. So we're bringing it down now, right? Here, dim the lights. Definitely need some help falling asleep. Definitely. All right, just take a breath. Take a breath. Hold it for a sec. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Just let that out real slowly. Brad. I'm not sure if Brad's working. Brad, are you working right now? Just taking a little nap. They don't care. You need it. Breathe in. It's good. It's good, isn't it? Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Animal Lawyer 788, Brad Pritchard, EV23, Floyd, Nixie. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, Madros. And Joss tends to show up right about now. Joss, Go to sleep.